All right, we're back at it again. All right, seeing the place to be. Rick Serritella checking in from the confines of the Jersey Shore, broadcasting live around the universe, wherever you may be in this great universe watching. We greatly appreciate it. Great show yesterday. We got a jam-packed day 2 live stream coverage of the NFL draft as we bring to you pick by pick coverage. And I see the usual suspects are already fired up in the chat room. Great to see Adams exploits. You got to buckle up and hunker down. It's going to be a nonstop, can't stop, won't stop affair. We also got Douglas Dorner checking in. What's happening? All Access Football and the NFL Draft Bible Familia. We're going to be featuring them throughout tonight and tomorrow. We've got some great guests lined up, including the heavy hitter, Big Will Donahue, talking about Showtime, baby. And he'll be checking in tomorrow as well. Later on today, and actually just a little while, we'll have the NFL Draft Bible Ninja, Bo Marchant, will check in. He'll be down there on location in Pittsburgh for the draft. I don't know if he's arrived yet or he's going tomorrow. We'll get the latest with Bo. Of course, he covers the Steelers on a regular basis on the beat there, former scout for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Of course, one of the senior eldsmen here at the NFL Draft Bible. We also have Chrissy Freud checking in, a quarterback analysis that's been on our NFL draft coverage for quite a while now. Probably the last 5 years or so. She's going to check in. We're going to talk about some of these potential quarterbacks, including the Arizona Cardinals here in round 2, I think, or the New York Jets in round 2, who could be looking at Carson Beck. From what I understand, we'll talk about the fits with Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, some of these other signal callers expected to come off the board. I'm really a big fan of Garrett Nussmeier, Drew Allar, also rumored to be in the mix. Dom Ambrose will be checking in tomorrow, part of the NFL Draft Bible Familia. Looking forward to another great show, as am I. I'm so excited to be here with you today, and we are geared up and ready for the marathon tomorrow. I got my coffee in hand. I was a little disgruntled coming on to the show. Somebody gifted me a little one of those fancy frothers, which I don't really use, but for this specific coffee, I like to have a little froth in the coffee. It wasn't working. I had to charge it, I guess. So we're just rocking with the regular milk. I tried to steam it up before the show and sip on it a little bit, because we got about 5 hours of power. Last night we were rocking and rolling. We were flying by, and the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. We'll talk about them in just a second. Don't worry. We're going to get to all the football talk you want all night long. But yeah, Adams exploits. One of my I try to catch up because honestly, last night with Big Law holding it down, I really just had the draft ticker on. It's hard to keep up. I got about 5 different windows on. I can't always keep up with what's actually going on here in real live time. We're just trying to bring you the analysis. But the Mekhi Lemon thing, I mean, talk about getting bamboozled by your in-state rivalry. He thought he was going to be a Steeler, and I saw the long version just a little while ago where the agent comes over. He's like, no, I got the Eagles on the phone. You're going to be an Eagle, and you never want to get caught with your pants down, and that's exactly what occurred with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But, hey, it's a fast-moving draft. The first round reduced from 10 minutes to 8 minutes. I think we were done in 2 hours and 48 minutes or something, 3 hours, cutting that in half of the first draft that Roger Goodell was a part of. So I'm a big fan of it. I know there were some complaints. I've heard good and bad from the fans. I know there were some teams upset about not having enough time. We'll see if it stays or they continue to tweak that. It was a very cool behind-the-scenes video, and there's a lot of behind-the-scenes video now circulating more than ever before. One thing I will say is just I'm so tired of these corporate responses by the head coaches and the general managers. Congratulations, spend the night with your family. Like, can we get some real, raw emotion and actual enthusiasm instead of everybody trying to be so buttoned up, so corporate? I mean, I know if I'm in the draft room, I'm a whole different type of breed. But very corporate, very politically correct. I get it. A lot of eyes on you, and you don't want to be the next Vrabel and become an example of the mainstream media. But you would like to see a more John Gruden-like personality who just keeps it real, if you know what I'm saying. But we're going to keep it real all day, all night. And tomorrow we kick off at noon Eastern for our third day of coverage. So, where shall we begin? The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. They are one of the 8 teams that did not have a selection on day one. Okay. And so there's some interesting names available here at the top of the board. Jamard McCoy and Colton Hood, 2 cornerbacks out of Tennessee, could be in consideration. They clearly need some secondary help, the San Francisco 49ers do, as they do at wide receiver, because let's be honest, Ricky Pearsall, he's had his share of off the field, on the field controversies, injuries, adversity. I think he played 9 or 10 games a year ago. When he's healthy, he's phenomenal. But San Francisco has really remade this wide receiver corps. Brandon Ayuk no longer in the mix. Jawan Jennings is gone. Deebo Samuel no longer there. And, of course, they acquired Mike Evans to be the wide receiver de facto number 1. But he's on the back 9. I think, he's still going to be very productive there. How about injecting a Denzel Boston? Shout out to our guy, John Murphy, CFL general manager, multiple Grey Cup winner. Denzel Boston, maybe a name for the San Francisco 49ers to consider. And, they did sign Christian Kirk in the offseason, a slot weapon, but, I do believe he's had his share of injuries. So we'll see what the 49ers do here. They are on the clock. We'll keep you posted. Over to the chat room, drama with the Rams picking at quarterback. I sense a little schism myself. Sean McVay is trying to downplay it, and, past interviews are now circulating where, I like Ty Simpson, but there's a lot of options. There's a lot of players we like. One reporter asked him about him, and you probably did more homework on him than I did. So Sean McVay clearly wanted to go for a Mekhi Lemon type, which I had them mocked at number 13 to the Rams. But, the Eagles pounced. I don't think Howie Roseman thought a Mekhi Lemon type of talent was going to be available to him when he got to that point. So Howie Roseman takes advantage of the situation, as he quite often does. But, listen, 49ers are still on the clock here. Deshaun Stribling to San Francisco, says Will Donahue in the chat room. So they bypass Denzel Washington for a Deshaun Stribling, who, coming into the season, if you're familiar with the national and Blesto grades, Deshaun Stribling was just about the highest, if not the highest, rated wide receiver coming into the season. Now, the production wasn't always there, but you can't read too much into that because, you're talking about how he projects to the next level. This is a next body frame. This is a guy who can go up and get it. He's got prototypical size, speed, athleticism, coming in at 6'2", 207 pounds, ran a 4.38 40-yard dash, a 1.53 10-yard split with a 38-inch vert and 10.7 broad jump. Very impressive measurables there. So he finished his collegiate career making at least one catch in 49 consecutive games. You're talking about a guy who's highly active, who's highly productive, a polished route runner, finds the soft spots in zone coverage, dependable hands, can pivot and turn upfield after the catch, a very critical component for NFL wide receivers. A lot of wide receivers are unable to create after the catch. Deshaun Stribling can pick up additional yards after the catch. So you're talking about size, speed, pedigree. Deshaun, I should pronounce it correctly, is how you say it. He did have a broken wrist back in 2023, right? And a 3-star recruit. Also played basketball and track. Had 55 catches for 811 yards, averaged 15 yards a catch, 6 touchdowns, nearly 3,000 yards and 23 career touchdowns there for Ole Miss. So Deshaun Stribling, your first pick for the San Francisco 49ers at number 33. And so now you plug in Stribling. You have Mike Evans, two tall boundary type of wideouts. Ricky Pearsall now can have some inside outside versatility, and they now have Christian Kirk on the back burner, so to speak. And anything he can provide is kind of like a bonus, I believe, with all the injuries that he has had. Okay, so we've got San Francisco 49ers have made the first selection. Arizona Cardinals now at number 34, and the pick is in. It's a jersey, Cat. Chase Bisantis out of Texas A&M, the guard. I was alerted by John Murphy. Again, I should get his predictions out there because he's been on the money there with Chase Bisantis. Las Vegas Raiders also showing interest. And Cade McDonald, the name to keep an eye on. Boy, oh boy, if he slides to the New York Giants, look out there. I know John Harbaugh would love that. Now, I did hear doing the show with my guy David Del Cole, who's going to kick off the 4th round of coverage tomorrow with the Scout Honors podcast. He did alert me to DJ Reader potentially signing with the New York Giants following the draft, unless they're able to select a defensive tackle such as the caliber of a one Caden McDonald. So the first 2 picks, we're moving at a good pace. My draft tracker hasn't been updated. Here we go. Now we got some action. And the Buffalo Bills now are on the clock at number 35. And so, I saw Josh Allen get a little bit of heat for chugging that beer at the hockey game. I think people need to lighten up a little bit. But listen, Josh Allen, I'd be more concerned about his inability to win the big game. And this team is only going to go as far as Josh Allen. And they need to really, I think, maybe consider a wide receiver here. They went out and traded DJ Moore. They said they feel comfortable with him as a number 1 wide receiver. And, Khalil Shakir, a solid player. He's actually been their top target the last season or 2. And then they have Joshua Palmer in the field. So I would not be surprised if Buffalo considers a wide receiver here. I would not be surprised if they consider Caden McDonald. And I thought they might be in contention for that in the 1st round. And we talked about it a little bit on yesterday's live stream with Deontay Walker. I think a 4th round find came in, really was stout against the run. And I can only imagine now if you pair a McDonald with a Deontay Walker, 2 run stuffing specialists, and then Ed Oliver, who's got all kinds of flexibility, that would look like a dynamic defensive line. And then you just hope Greg Rousseau, TJ Sanders, Landon Jackson, you hope those guys can continue with their pass rush development. Now, they did sign Bradley Chubb over from the Miami Dolphins to try to boost that pass rush defense. And then, CJ Gardner Johnson, you worry about him. He's a little bit of a hothead. And you saw, like, where was it? I think he went to Houston for a brief stint. They really couldn't control him or handle him. In Philadelphia, they had a veteran locker room where they were kind of able to reel him in. But CJ Gardner Johnson is a kind of a wild card in the locker room, and you wonder if Joe Brady has the personality to kind of harness that boisterous personality. Because if something goes wrong, Chauncey Gardner Johnson is going to let you know about it. So some interesting offseason acquisitions, some difference-making offseason acquisitions when you talk about DJ Moore, Bradley Chubb, Gardner Johnson, even D. Alford coming over from Atlanta. So the Buffalo's slated to have several new starters on the offensive and defensive side of the ball, and potentially another new starter with TJ Parker out of Clemson, the number 35 overall selection in the 2nd round. I like the value here. This was one of the more polished products in terms of the edge rushers available in this year's draft, I believe. And, TJ Parker is a guy that has pedigree. He has multiple years of starting experience, somebody who could step in and compete immediately, with TJ Sanders, Landon Jackson. I believe that TJ Parker can come in and compete from day one. Now, 6'5" or 6'3" and 5/8 inches, 263 pounds, 33 and 1/8 inch arms. So we're checking off the boxes there. 79-inch wingspan. He did participate in the Senior Bowl, where he kind of reminded the scouts of, hey, remember me? You guys were talking about me as being the best potential edge rusher at the start of the season, and then the year didn't really work out according to plan, as did the Clemson season, right? But you're talking about a fiery get off, timing, consistency, explodes at the snap. Uh, you know, he's a freak athlete. Yes, he is. Did not test, however. But in addition to the athleticism, he's going to have to work on some of his pad level, according to our scouting report. And he plays a little bit too high at times, can neutralize some of that leverage. And so I do believe TJ Parker, though, can be a double-digit sack kind of player at the next level. You're talking about somebody who had 9.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks this past season, but in 39 career games, 41.5 tackles for loss, 21.5 sacks, 6 fumble recoveries. So he can get after the quarterback. He can strip the quarterback. And, he hails out of Alabama. He's one that slipped past Alabama and lived up to the 4-star billing because, again, he started for 3 seasons there at Clemson. So TJ Parker, tremendous value for the Buffalo Bills. And so, they boost their pass rush with Bradley Chubb. They double down in free agency with Bradley Chubb and in the draft with TJ Parker out of Clemson at the number 35 selection. Now, we are getting a trade here. The Houston Texans have traded up with the Las Vegas Raiders. And the pick apparently is going to be Caden McDonald. So, Houston really getting strong on the interior in this year's draft. Okay. And so Caden McDonald continues that theme. Now, they took Caden Rutledge yesterday, who was number 66 on our big board. Now, he was probably the lowest ranked player who was selected on day one, and not necessarily based on the talent traits, but probably more based on the NFL teams, don't typically overdraft guards in the first round. But you heard Nick Caserio say he plays through the whistle, feisty, aggressive, plug and play talent. And so they've got themselves a new guard in Kalen Rutledge. They make a move up here and grab Caden McDonald. So, this makes a lot of sense. You plug him in between Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. Now you've got a run stuffing specialist in Caden McDonald who could absorb multiple bodies. And, Sheldon Rankings, he's on ARP these days. I mean, this guy's been around the league forever. I don't think he can give you much. So now you're talking about cornerstone pieces that the Texans have accumulated. Of course, Will Anderson with that record-breaking $50 million per year contract, I think. And now you have a Danielle Hunter. You also have Derek Stingley Jr. On the back end of that defense. Jalen Petrie, a pretty good player as well. So you add in Caden McDonald, and suddenly this really feisty Texans defense is going to get a whole heck of a lot better with the selection of Caden McDonald. All right. So here's what we're going to do now. We've got the New York Giants on the clock. We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll come back. We'll see what the Giants do, and we'll talk about it. You're tuned in to the All Access Football NFL Draft Livestream show. We're going to take a quick break. Just bear with me as I pull out. I got a lot of strings I'm pulling today without big loss, so just bear with me, guys. We'll be back after.
Pull up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here.
Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience. Each and every week, we count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the Draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up! We're back at it again, everybody. I do apologize. Our next guest joining us right now, Bo Marchant, CFL scout with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Hamilton Tiger Cats. Of course, he covers the Pittsburgh Steelers on the beat on a regular basis. Part of the original NFL Draft Bible Familia, he interviews hundreds of players each and every draft cycle and thousands of players throughout his career. He's here to give us some great perspective. And, of course, he is going to be on location for the 2026 NFL Draft, 325,000 strong. Big Bo Marchant joining the show. How we doing, Bo?
Rick, happy draft day to you. I'm doing fantastic.
Yeah, I'm talking football with you, brother. I apologize. I guess the wrong link to all of our guests. I was able to right a wrong
All right.
during the commercial break, and during that break, Colton Hood of the Tennessee Volunteers came off the board to the New York Giants with the 37th selection. So Hood goes ahead of his teammate Jamard McCoy, and McCoy has done the slip and slide here in the NFL draft.
Yeah, I like Colton Hood. I actually thought he might slip into day one yesterday. I had him in my mock going in round one. I think highly of Hood, and then you think of, we know McCoy was hurt, but you think that Tennessee has those two type of defensive backs in the same secondary in the same year. It's kind of insane to think about how both those guys are. And I don't know where I think McCoy, if he's healthy, absent of the injury that he's currently suffering from. I think it's fair to say he's a top 10, top 12 prospect, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's out of the sort. So you could just see how drastic, if you collect baseball cards, you have any, insight in antiques or anything. When the NFL teams draft these guys, they want a gem mint 10. They want no imperfections. And that's why we give the slip of McCoy. Is it a career-threatening injury? No. Is it something that's going to hamper him in the immediate future? Most likely. But even that, teams are so reluctant to pull the trigger because they want immediate satisfaction when they bring these guys in a week.
Yeah, and you talk about Will Johnson was in a similar situation a year ago. The Cardinals pulled the trigger in the second round, and he dealt with injuries that felt like his whole entire rookie season. So you wonder if that's working against Jamard McCoy. And the Raiders are now on the clock at 38. I wanted to catch up on the picks there, Bo, but before we get into the next selection, tell the good people at home a little bit about what you do, man. You talk to so many draft players throughout the draft process, a lot of under the radar prospects, which we greatly appreciate. I mean, let the listeners know a little bit.
Well, I started doing that way back in the day, as Rick mentioned when we went on together here, the NFL Draft Bible Player Spotlight is where it all got started. And Rick,
and those archives still live on Blog Talk Radio, by the way.
And those are there. And so yeah, those were the good days. And like I said, Rick brought me along, and tons of interviews over the years. And as agencies have kind of grown, it's always kind of been a middle tier, bottom half type of podcast. But I think it functions well because I love unearthing and talking to a lot of guys who don't necessarily get an opportunity or nobody wants to care with them. And I always joke around. Back in 2011, late April, I had some guy named Jason Kelsey on the podcast. And at the time, nobody in America cared that there's a fringe day 3 center from Cincinnati on the player spotlight. But I guarantee you now, Rick,
Jason Kelsey.
Yeah. All those people would wish that they listened to him back then. And those are the fun parts. Tyreek Hill, Antonio Brown. Again, a lot of fringe guys. And listen, talk to a lot of guys and everyone.
Who's the kick returner with the Sox? Jacoby Jones?
Jacoby Jones. I think it is Jacoby Jones. I mean, So and then you just writing your draft stuff, doing your draft stuff. And I'll be going to Pittsburgh tomorrow. I had so much work to do in terms of just getting my own stuff out there that it's just easier for me to kind of sit home and work in a workspace and not being, you know how it is being in a media workroom. You kind of, people are talking, there's lots of things going on, or even sitting down with you for a little bit and talk draft. It had been almost impossible to find a quiet space where we could kind of do what we want to do tonight.
Well, that's part of the reason why we're just doing it here, because if we went to Pittsburgh, essentially we would have been in a room in a storage closet somewhere in a facility. We would have been in Pittsburgh, but we would have just been in a room broadcasting, and so here we are. But what are you hearing? Because you cover the Steelers on a regular basis. What have you heard about the logistics of Pittsburgh? 325,000, and then you hear only 60% hotel occupancy. Is it people just driving through from the area, or what's the word on the street out there, Bo?
Well, the traffic was supposed to be, it was kind of like when the weatherman says, you're going to get 6 feet of snow tomorrow. So, you're in code red, like, oh man, you can't leave the house. And then the day arrives and, you got a brief dusting. There's not the 6 feet of snow. I think that's kind of how the traffic went, which is good. Everybody was pleased with that the traffic was cohesive. They're running a bus system for most of the people that get through. And you are right. I know a lot of people, a lot of friends in downtown, and they were thinking about doing the Airbnb. And the one girl I know, she was gonna, she was looking, it's like, and I messaged her the other day, and I'm like, hey, I go, did you ended up, did you Airbnb her out? And she's like, no. She goes, the prices dropped huge. There's a big wave, and then that wave came down. So a lot of people paid big money.
Yeah.
I think if you waited to the last minute, like I just go on and play like Station Square's on the other side of North Park, but I think it was going for like 11 something, and then it went down to like 750, then it went down to like 550, and then the last time I looked it was like 443. So I mean, still 443 is a lot, but it was pretty pricey. But no, it's going well. And last night, you know how it is when you have like yesterday was about as pretty as a day that you could get, especially early spring. Everybody's itching, especially here in the Northeast. You live basically in the same place. We get the same weather. Mm-hmm. So, when a nice 75 day hits and you just, you're not cold, it's not raining, you just get to enjoy the day. And that's, I think, helped pack it in. And I thought they did a nice job, but it's not, I want to be part of it. Even if I was in Pittsburgh, I would be over on the south side at the Steelers facility. So I wouldn't really be at the draft. I'd be in the media facility on the south side of.
Yeah, it's certainly spread out, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, Bo Marchant here on the All Access Football NFL Draft Livestream Day 2 coverage. While we were talking, the Las Vegas Raiders made their second round selection at number 38 overall. Traden Stukes, a versatile defensive back, can play corner, can play safety. Some people felt like he was a potential first round talent. So a lot of these guys are so evenly stacked and so evenly ranked. A lot of these players coming off the board, like a Caden McDonald, a TJ Parker, Traden Stukes, a Colton Hood. A lot of us thought that some of these guys may land in round 1. So you take a look now. They do have Jeremy Chin there on the back end. Not too much that they signed Teron Johnson, the cornerback out of Buffalo. So Eric Stokes is still in the mix there. So definitely, I mean, listen, the Raiders need a lot of things.
Yeah.
They were active in free agency. They signed Kwity Paye from the Colts, Quay Walker from the Packers, Nakobe Dean from the Eagles. And so now they add Traden Stukes to the fold. Any thoughts there, Bo?
No, I just kind of piggyback on what you said. Yeah, you're talking about a very diverse, well-rounded young man at the safety nickel deep beat position. And like you said, he's a guy. I mean, I'm looking at the board too. I mean, TJ Parker, Caden McDonald, Colton Hood, Stukes, Denzel Boston. He just went off.
Went off the board. Yeah. So now Cleveland doubling down.
Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. Those are, and again, those are, I think all the guys we just mentioned, you could have said those guys could have went yesterday. Now, vice versa, if you put Denzel in, that means Casey Concepcion probably goes tonight. So, it's kind of like having a 5-gallon bucket and you got 10 gallons of water. It can only go somewhere. I mean, you just can't get them.
It's interesting because, I mean, these two rookies now are going to have a prominent role. Jerry Jeudy's a veteran guy that's in the fold, but I mean, Cedric Tillman, Tylan Wallace, Isaiah Bond. Now Cleveland now has some weapons to throw to. Any thoughts on who's going to emerge? You got Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson battling out that starting quarterback job. Any thoughts there?
Yeah, with Tom Monken taking over, it just seemed like when Kevin Stefanski was there, there was some rift or something odd going on there. And, I mean, we see the grades that come out and, I think, Shedeur had a spring grade, I think, of a second rounder. And I don't really think he fell off to go where he did. And I do think that's where kind of all the his dad and the attitudes sometimes, the NFL, if the NFL wants to play hardball, I don't think there's any other league. I mean, you could, they do not lose and they will win. So, maybe they kind of put it together like, hey, like you're going to get it there. I like Shedeur Sanders. He's a competitor. He works and he has a talent. And, I think if you're Cleveland, you have to give him a shot. I mean, and for as bad as they were offensively, you think of, a healthy Quentin Junkins comes back. And then, they added some offensive linemen. And we're talking about, Concepcion. You're talking about Fano and that left tackle. You're talking Denzel Boston, all these pieces. So, you'd like to think that if it comes together, and that's a lot of what ifs, but nonetheless, I like what they're doing. Put it that way. I'd rather be in Cleveland's position with the young Shador Sanders than being, where the Steelers are currently with Aaron Rodgers or what else? Because next year you got to go back to the well. I assume they're going to take a quarterback tonight. I'd be very shocked if they don't, especially in the third round. But I think, but even there, you're taking a third round guy. I think each time when you start the season, if you look down the list of starters amongst the NFL, absent of an injury, I think last year the NFL opened with 27 first round picks starting on day one. So, there's outliers, and we can well, how about Tom Brady? Yeah. Well, yeah, there's one Tom Brady. Yeah. And there's a lot of other 6th and 7th, 5th round picks that don't make it. But that just shows you the NFL wants that first round pedigree. I even think that's why Kirk Cousins was never Dak Prescott. You kind of have to wait on these franchise deals because those guys weren't first round picks. And I still think that's a little bit of almost like a draft pick discrimination, if you will, Rick, where they go like, hey, what round was Rick drafted? Oh, he was in the first round. Oh, then, he's good. I really
right. Where was Heath Schuler, Gus Frerotte, right?
Yeah. Where's Bo drafted? You know what I mean? Like, would have Robert Griffin III had to do everything he did in Washington if he was healthy, but Kirk Cousins had to live off the franchise ties? But I know I'm right because he was a 4th round pick out of Michigan State. They don't want to sack up and give him the cash.
Well, you mentioned the Steelers. The Browns obviously see the Steelers twice a year. What did you think of the Max Einacker selection for Pittsburgh?
I love it. I love the upside of his game. We all know his beginning, JUCO kid, didn't play football at all, goes to JUCO level and just rises up the thing. And I think that's a guy where you're looking, how high the ceiling can be with this young man. I think it's a little bit of a black eye, though, when you think, I think the Steelers have taken, offensive linemen in 3 of their last 4 drafts.
Well, it looks like they got Broderick Jones, Troy Fontenot, and now Max Einacker all at the tackle spot. What do they do with that?
Well, I mean, Broderick Jones and his neck, we don't know, how that's going to come along. The Steelers last week, McCarthy and those guys said that, everything is where it needs to be. And, they're moving forward. And, they know that he's going to be available late summer. They know that, and that's part of that. But nonetheless, even if he's healthy, he was inconsistent. And I love Broderick Jones, Rick. Like, I love his intensity. I love the way he plays. But, there's too many bad games to be, a first round pick entering year 3 or 4? Year 3, I think. And then you got the injury. So that's why the Steelers had to kind of go back to the well and kind of fortify that position because I don't think they're going to pick up the 5th-year option for him. I don't even without the neck injury, I don't think they do that. So I think that's a little bit of the writing on the wall that they might go in a different direction. And, and that's part of it. You can't hit on everybody, but you'd like to hit as much as you can. But when you don't, we see the kind of the massive setback that it does where you just think if Broderick Jones was healthy and doing what they expected him to do, and then you got Fatanu who's played well, they don't have to take Max yesterday.
I think it's very telling, actually.
Yeah, it is. Right? Yeah. I mean, you're not going to take a tackle when you drafted a tackle 2 years ago. And like I said, 3 of the last 4 years, they've gone tackle.
Yeah, Bo Marchant with Rick Serritella here on the live stream day 2. And while you were talking, we had a pair of edge rushers come off the board, Bo. R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma goes to the Kansas City Chiefs at 40. Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M goes to the Bengals at 41. 2 short-armed pass rushers. And the New Orleans Saints are currently on the clock, and there's been some talk that they are hot to trot around Kayvon Thibodeau, potentially with some trade talks with the New York Giants. So which edge rusher would you like to talk about?
Well, I mean, I like the Cassius Howell. They talk about his arms. It's kind of like a Darrell Green or a Sam Mills. Sam Mills was as tiny as a tiny man could be at linebacker. Certain guys like a Cassius Howell or any other guy that's kind of not gifted with all the size and athleticism, they play in a different way. He doesn't know his arms are short. He plays with the attitude that this is how I get it done. I don't have a 33-inch, arm and wingspan, so I got to get what he does. And I think he's disruptive. His motor never stops. And when you really break him down, you see a guy that, you're not going to notice his arms when he's playing, put it that way. When they put his arm up and they got to do the measurements, that comes to life then. But when you watch him doing his thing, he's special. He was one of my favorite guys that I watched from the ed position, put it that way. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. But when I was watching him, I always kind of like put a couple extra stars next to the name because I'm like, wow, because you start watching so many guys, you do lose, it kind of becomes all, comes black and white, just becomes gray. You forget. So you got to go back, and at least I do. And I was like, man, I like really like this kid. Gave him like 4 stars because I really appreciated his effort. And where did he go?
Goes to the Bengals, who need to replace some of that Trey Hendrickson pass rush production. So
you
Bengals,
think they got Dexter Lawrence now to plug, to eat that space in the interior. Then if this kid can pop, second round, you're expecting them to pop in the second round. Kind of like a Nick Herbig, third round. These guys, they're expected to step in, and that's why they're drafted in these high rounds. So you're expected to kind of come in and kind of get it. So. It's a nice
and the Chiefs too with R. Mason Thomas. Now they chose Peter Woods yesterday, and now have injected some youth in that offensive line along Chris Jones and George Karlaftis. Quite a crew.
Saints got a fantastic one in Miller too.
Christian Miller, go ahead, talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about another space eater in the interior for Georgia. Just a big bad individual. Another guy. I hate sounding so repetitive, but. I thought he was another guy who could sneak in the round 1. What I mean? Talent wise, you look at this kid and you just like, and that I think when I did my second mock, I think I had him. I think I had Miller going, and they took Caden McDonald, same position from Ohio State. But I think I had, I might have had actually Caden going there. But I know I had Miller going to a team that was clearly. Oh, I did have him going to the Texans. I had Miller going to the Texans in the second round. So I think. But
all right, Bo, tell the good people what you got going on, what you're working on, where they're going to see you, where you're going to be next. How many days are we up to the consecutive run streak now?
10-3-3-8 was today. I had to actually look because I was messing it up. But yeah, collegepro.com, the NFL Draft Blast podcast, and you go back there, listen to those individuals. You go back and listen to Jason Kelsey if you want, and then if you really want to have some fun, you get yourself one of these. This is called the NFL Draft Bible.
Yes.
And by the way, that note on the inside, I wanted to cry. If I was you, I'd have hugged you and like cried. It's just it's more than the Bible. It's a friendship, and that's and to get it and to have the note. That's honestly, Rick. I love you.
Love you, brother.
I know you're the best at what you do. I tell everybody, nobody works harder. There's some days I'll just think when I'm trying to do what I do, and I do it. Come on, can I swear? Just
yeah, sure. We're independent media, so do whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, when I'm doing my half-ass work, and sometimes I think about Rick Serritella and the Draft Bible. Do you know how much time this guy does? And then he does all access football, and he does all these. I don't know. I do not know how you. I do not. You got to sleep like 2 hours a day.
I'm still trying to figure it out myself, Bo.
And continue the beach shots. The beach shots are the best part of my day.
You like that? I got one in today. I had the hoodie on though.
Yeah. Hey, you got to do a Bo style though. I want to see some of them beach shots in the winter.
Yeah, well, we're working our way up to that, Bo.
Hey, real quick, I don't know if we have time. Hey, who? Ty Simpson and Carnell Tate. They came out of nowhere yesterday. What were your thoughts? I'm just curious.
Well, I like Carnell Tate. I just don't like him that high.
Yeah.
I understand, you don't always have a trade partner to trade back, but to me, if you're picking inside the top 5, I want to nab a blue chip caliber talent, and I'm not sure the Titans did that. I think he's a good wide receiver too to fit in next to Calvin Ridley, but that's not exactly the type of player that I want to draft with my number 4 overall pick. In terms of Ty Simpson, listen, I understand both sides to the equation. So if I'm Les Snead and I'm the general manager and I'm building a roster, I got to look ahead to the future. And we've been talking about Matthew Stafford's retirement. It feels like since he's got traded to the Rams. So I don't think there could be a more perfect fit for Ty Simpson to come in, learn from Sean McVay, observe from Matthew Stafford, maybe not even have to play for a year or 2 or maybe even 3. It could be a Jordan Love type of approach. So I understand it from the Les Snead point of view. If I'm Sean McVay, I'm like, man, Kyle Lemon would have looked really good for this Super Bowl run, right? Let's mount up and go after it. And so I understand that mentality. If it was me personally, I would have went like, I think the window is so small with Stafford there that I would have tried to add a Mekhi Lemon to the equation personally, but I do understand both sides of the argument there. What did you think?
You know what? I think for any other team that did it without kind of that quarterback whisper, if you will, and Sean McVay, I would have been like, if it's the Jets or the Browns or the Cardinals, you can't develop a quarterback. I'm like, well, here we go again. But I liked it just because I have faith in McVay to develop them. And as you mentioned, if everything goes status quo, Matthew Stafford stays healthy, he plays for 1 or 2 more years, and then this kid sits, and he's going to sit under a coaching staff that knows how to develop. So I like it for them. And then the Cardinal Tate, like you said, it's not the talent. It's just where he was selected. And I would, I really, and they couldn't get him at 7 or 8 or 9. Yeah. I don't know. It's just, that's what it is. I mean, who knows? I mean, but they do know. That's why they got to take these guys when they do.
All right, last one. We have Chrissy Freud waiting patiently in the green room. I really appreciate it. And we're going to pop her up on just a second. But just because the Dolphins chose my favorite player in the draft, we got to talk about it real quick. Jacob Rodriguez.
Oh, the linebacker.
I like what the Dolphins are doing here. And, Jacob Rodriguez at 43 overall is a tremendous talent, playmaking machine all over the field, tremendous leadership. And you talk about defining the culture. You plug this young man into the lineup now, he's going to be a fire starter, a spark plug. They brought in Malik Willis with a new identity on the offense. They protected him with Caden Proctor, and now they have a playmaking linebacker and a quarterback of the defense in Jacob Rodriguez. And they took Chris Johnson. I mean, this is phenomenal. I love what the Dolphins are doing here.
Yeah, A+, man. Well, hey, Rick, I know you got people to bring on.
Yeah, man.
Enjoy the draft, brother.
Appreciate it. Let us know how it goes in Pittsburgh tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I'll send you photos.
All right, awesome. There's the great legendary Bo Marchant, NFL Draft Bible Familia. Appreciate you, brother. Always a great time chopping it up with Bo. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have our residential quarterback expert to join us. Chrissy Freud is going to talk about Ty Simpson, Fernando Mendoza, maybe some signal callers who are going to come off the board here in day 2. So don't go anywhere.
Pull up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first. Since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick.
And it would help if I turn off my microphone. I'm juggling over here, but Derek Moore, the pass rusher from Michigan, comes off the board. Thanks, Dom, for letting me know. He goes to Michigan, out of Michigan, goes to Detroit, stays in state. So Detroit Lion pedigree type of pass rusher during the commercial break there. Now, my next guest who joins us is the go-to expert when it comes to quarterback talk. I always turn to her, especially when it comes to a look ahead. I'm sure we'll pick her brain about the 2027 NFL Draft while we have her on, formerly of NBC Sports, USA Today. Of course, we crossed paths at Sports Illustrated. She's been joining the program for quite a few years now. Chrissy Freud joining the program. How are we doing, Chrissy?
Good. How are you?
Oh, thanks for waiting patiently in the green room. I know you were back there quite a while, and I appreciate the patience. But let's talk some quarterback, shall we? So you were there in the back while we were talking about a Ty Simpson selection by the LA Rams. Let's start off right there because looked like Sean McVay, Les Snead may or may not have been on the same page with that selection. Do you like the fit? What are your thoughts? And what were your thoughts on Ty Simpson coming into the draft?
No, I don't like it at all. I think it was a horrible idea. And it's hard to tell whether Sean McVay was actually mad about it or not. But I think that even after they released the phone call and all that other stuff that those two had after he got drafted, like you could just sense the whole way around that something wasn't right. And I think that anytime that a quarterback says that he has never spoken to the head coach at all in all these meetings and stuff, it just seems a little bit weird. The whole situation seems odd to me. And quite frankly, I feel like in a certain sense, it is a slap in the face both to Matthew Stafford and to Stetson Bennett. And I'll tell you why that is. So Matthew Stafford, just like Aaron Murray has said, has been playing at an MVP level. I think that, the beard's getting gray. You can talk about that all you want to,
Sure.
But I think he's got at least 3 years of football left in him. And this is a team that has a chance to make a Super Bowl run. So why now in a weak quarterback class are you taking an unpolished, unproven, inexperienced developmental quarterback that honestly I think might be a third stringer at best at number 13 overall? I hope that they prove me wrong, but I would love to ask Les Snead and that scouting team, what did you see here that I didn't see? And I will say with Ty Simpson's season, because I watched it very closely covering the SEC, it was a weird case of this kind of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing. And
Right.
I could not figure out, because I heard a lot of rumors that he was dealing with either some type of injury or some mishandled concussion thing, or I heard stuff like that all season long whenever he was having a hard time. And so if that's true, then maybe there is more merit. I have never verified whether or not that's true, but based on the product and the inconsistency and like the lack of games, I think he started 31 games over the course of 4 years. Like I holds the ball too long, very average. Like I just don't see the reason to draft him and not put more weapons around Matthew Stafford. And then also Stetson Bennett. You can say what you want about Stetson, but I'm a very big Stetson Bennett truther. And I think a lot of people know that. I would hope that at this point, especially after making that move, that the Rams cut him, not because the Rams need to cut him, but to set him free to go to greener pastures. I think that he could make something out of himself. And I don't really understand what they were doing here with this.
Yeah, I saw an interview with Todd Monken recently, and somebody asked him who his favorite player to coach was, and he mentioned Stetson Bennett. And he spoke to the first time they won the national championship, it was with Stetson Bennett. The second time they won the national championship, it was because of Stetson Bennett. Now, I don't know the story. I thought he take a leave of absence from the team last year or something. I don't know what's going on with his off the field stuff, but I felt like he missed some time last year, and I'm not sure what the status is there. But performance wise, is Ty Simpson really an upgrade over Stetson Bennett? That's probably a conversation.
No, and the
for
thing
another
too is that
conversation.
Stetson Bennett has so much more experience. How do we even compare them? It's not even close. It's like apples and oranges.
So that's interesting about a potential concussion during the season, which would actually make sense because the first half of the season, Ty Simpson made some phenomenal throws. I mean, he was able to squeeze the ball into some tight windows. Then the inconsistency woes came along. Then he kind of reeled it back in a little bit down the stretch of the season. Aside from holding on to the football too long, the lack of starting experience, why don't you like Ty Simpson so much?
It's a sample size thing. I mean, there have been too many times, if you look back at all the misses on quarterbacks, a lot of them have to do with the small sample size. You need to
Yeah.
see them play as much as you possibly can over 4 seasons. I'm not saying there aren't exceptions to the rule. And I mean, like I said, if there was a concussion issue or an injury issue, like I said, I was not unable to verify, but I heard it from a lot of reputable people, then that would obviously make a big difference. I think this is a huge wild card. And I think that maybe if he got drafted in the second round, I wouldn't be so like this about this situation.
All right, Zion Young, the pass rusher from Missouri, comes off the board, number 45 to the Baltimore Ravens. Let's go back to the number 1 overall selection. I'm curious to get your thoughts on the assessment on one Fernando Mendoza, and then we can talk about the fit and the scheme and how he's going to project there in Las Vegas. What were your thoughts on Mendoza? Do you like or don't like the prospect? Did you think he was worthy of the first overall selection?
There are times that I see a little bit of Joe Burrow in him. I think he has really good mental processing, and I think he leads with a different type of confidence and leadership. Because, I mean, I'll be honest, I've been in front of him before. He's a little bit of an odd guy. I mean, he genuinely is, but with the way that he is, he still somehow manages to use this really odd personality to capture an entire locker room. It's clear that his leadership style, though it's one that I've never really come across that much before,
It's
definitely
quirky. Yeah.
definitely works. He's very quirky, but the thing about it is that I don't think there's a ton outside of some mental processing things that he does. There's not a ton of like elite things that just jump at you. There's not a lot of traits things that just jump at you. But this is where, I mean, I think he's better than your typical like game manager, but this is where I tell people all the time that being a game manager is not a bad thing. Is there anything super flashy about Fernando Mendoza? I don't think so. Do you think so?
No, not necessarily.
No, but he does all of the things that a quarterback is supposed to do the right way. Was there anything flashy about Brock Purdy? No. Why did he go to the Super Bowl? Because he did everything a quarterback is supposed to do the right way. Just put your head down and work and then execute. It sounds, people don't like it because it sounds too boring and it sounds too dull and it sounds too simple. That is how this works. Kirk Cousins
I think
that the hardest thing for him to learn how to do in college was to manage the game. And his coaches said they were like, "What do you think is the most important thing to do?" And he named off like accuracy, all these things. And started getting nervous. I looked at him and go, "Manage the game." And he said it was the hardest thing he ever learned how to do.
Yeah, I think that the aspect I appreciate most about Mendoza is actually his toughness. That shot he took against Ohio State on the first play of the game, that run up the gut in the national championship over the top. I like that about him. I do worry, though, about you said managing the game. I wonder how he's going to command the huddle, how he's going to call plays. I thought it was a relatively up-tempo, I don't want to say simplified offense, but it certainly wasn't complex. I think Clint Kubiak will make it quarterback friendly for Mendoza. Do you think that he will come in and start from week 1, or do you think they will take a wait and see approach? And what did you feel about them signing Kirk Cousins? Good or bad move?
I think Kirk Cousins is way better than people give him credit for. And I think he's miles ahead of Michael Penix Jr. And people can think whatever they want to about that. But I think whenever Kirk Cousins really gets into rhythm, that he is so much better than people say he is. And I had the opportunity for the past 2 years to be around him every week of the football season, practically. I think he's a great mentor figure for Mendoza. Do I think they're going to start Mendoza week 1? Yes. Should they? No. A lot of people like to do that, and I don't quite know why. I think it'd be good for Mendoza to hold the clipboard behind Cousins, but we're just seeing this trend of wanting this instant gratification. So, and I think one thing that's good about Mendoza, though, too, is that he's so self-aware. Like, he put on the performance of a lifetime in the Peach Bowl, and I asked him about his performance. He just he made this really weird face and like shook his head, which I don't know if that's like the humbleness showing through or just him being just like I said, just a very kind of odd personality. You have to
Awkward,
you,
yeah.
you have to see it to truly understand it. But he classifies himself as a point guard, and I do think he believes that. And I do think that is how he plays football. If you look at it, that's what it looks like, and that's kind of his mentality. And then on top of that, he was telling me all these things he needed to work on footwork, and he called out like I think 3 throws. Like, I wish I would have done this here, this here, this here. That's a guy that's going to do a really good job in film study in the film room. That's going to learn really quickly. I can't tell you how many quarterbacks will be like, yeah, so my teammates did a good job. I couldn't do it without my offensive line. Just going to go back and look at the film. No, that's not who he is.
Well, that kind of transitions into another quarterback who I think could be the next one off the board. And Carson Beck was a guy who was often critical of teammates, sometimes critical of coaches, didn't always say the right things in his post-game interviews. And so I'm curious to get your thoughts on a Carson Beck. Where do you stand on him? What are you hearing, and where do you see him going?
I've heard rumors about Carson Beck. I've interacted with him a few times. I don't think that he's this horrible, awful, throw people under the bus person that people think he is. And I remember that one quote. I haven't seen some of the others that he was like throwing people under the bus. I thought he was just explaining the play, and it was taken out of context. So,
Fair enough.
I mean, I only know what I know from my perspective. I always tell people just in life, like, if I don't like someone, you have your own experience with them. And I'm not going to judge you for your experience because everyone else's is different. And I run it in reverse the same way too. But I think with Carson Beck, that this was also a quarterback that was so much better than people acted like he was. But his issue is that whenever he gets out of rhythm, everything goes awry. And I think that his mentality, his ability to stay level-headed, which is kind of ironic because I went on Paul Feinbaum to talk about this, and Carson and I talked about this. He's like, I have this even keel kind of level leading style. However, his mind is not always even keel level figuring out what to do. And so when he really gets rolling, he's making all these deep shots down the sideline. He's making every single throw, great ball placement, couldn't ask for anything more. Chains are moving. He's not nowhere close to Lamar Jackson. I think he was like, everyone knows I'm not God's greatest gift as a runner. He told me that. But he was like, I won't get you 50, but I'll get you 10. And that's exactly what I think of when I think of who Carson Beck is as a runner. But he's shown, specifically in that Alabama game when Georgia made that 28-point comeback and then he choked because he threw that horrible interception. And it's the same thing with Miami. I think that if he didn't throw that interception that killed the game at the end, Miami beats Indiana and gets that national championship title at home.
Yeah. No,
so
he took more shots downfield in that game too, which I would have liked to have seen more during the regular season because I felt like he took a lot more chances when he was at Georgia. I didn't see that as much at Miami. Maybe he didn't need to. Is that a UCL thing? Is that a system thing? Is Carson Beck a game manager, or how does he fit at the next level?
I think he's more than a game manager. I think it's a matter of what you ask him to do within the offense. And I think that those two offenses are very different. I wouldn't be able to tell you because I have not verified this information, but based on what I believe and what I know, I have no reason to believe the UCL was affecting him. But I mean, if it was in somebody else's information that it was, then I would believe it.
All right. So just out of curiosity then, how did you have those 3 ranked, and what were your top 5 quarterbacks coming into the draft? And then we'll talk about some of the other ones.
Yeah, so it was Mendoza, Simpson, Beck, Klubnik, Nussmeier, Robertson, and Aller. And honestly, once I got past Klubnik, I was like, you could almost like get drunk and pull them out of a hat and it would probably hold up, be about the same as anybody else.
Did I hear this correctly? Are you a Derek Robertson fan?
A who Robertson fan?
Robertson? Derek Robertson?
Well,
who are we talking?
Sawyer Robertson.
Which one?
Sawyer, the Baylor.
Sawyer Robertson. Okay. Yeah, Baylor. Okay, so a lot of ups and downs, threw from his back foot a lot. When he's on the money. When he's off, it could be a little bit scary. I thought I would have liked to see a more consistent body of work, but tell me what you like about Sawyer Robinson. There's some love within the scouting community for him.
Yeah, it's the traits, and then also having played in the air raid and Baylor system, I think a lot of people want to knock the air raid, but I think it's good for quarterbacks to go through. It's my offense. It's the offense that I think works. However, since the NFL adopts a lot of its concepts, but not it as a whole, I think in terms of not that I agree that anyone's offense is better or worse than this or something, but in terms of a quarterback, if I'm looking to transition to the NFL level, I probably don't want to only play in the pure air raid. So, and he told me when I talked to him that there were a lot of different things that he took from both places and that they were very, very different. So I think he's going to come in with kind of a skill set that a lot of people don't have. But I mean, there's a lot of developmental things. Like he specifically mentioned the footwork issues that you mentioned and the mechanical issues that you mentioned all came out of his mouth to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's got a long way to go on that. And I mean, like touch accuracy, there's a lot of inconsistencies. I mean, there's a lot of, I'd say more than fine tuning that's going to happen with him to be highly successful at the NFL level. But I don't think this is a quarterback that we look at to be like a career starter. So that's
right.
fine to back up.
Yeah, he could be a long-term backup, but yeah, I noticed some of the mechanical work there for Sawyer Robertson. But when you could take some of his top throws and they're phenomenal.
Oh yeah,
and then you could take some of his bad throws and okay.
Yeah, you can do the same thing with Malik Willis too, and look about how that.
Yeah, no doubt. I think we could do that with almost all these quarterbacks in the draft.
That's the thing too, though, is I think people they're like, "Oh, you missed on this guy. You missed on this guy." Go back through the past 10 drafts and find me how many quarterbacks have truly hit.
Yeah, no, it's
there are not very many, and then compare them to the total.
No, it's very true. Very low hit rate on the quarterback position. That's what makes it so fascinating. That's why we appreciate this great insight that you're providing. So talk to me about Cade Klubnik, another guy who was streaky up and down at the beginning of the season. People were talking about him as a potential first-round pick. What do you like? What don't you like? Where do you see him potentially landing?
I think Cade Klubnik plays really, really well until he gets pressure in his face. Right. And then he's all off of his base. He's not doing anything right. He gets all rushed. He gets all careless. And you like him as an RPO kind of play action based quarterback, and he can run. I mean, he's pretty athletic. And I mean, he said that he was working on let me see. I have his quote here. Footwork on off-platform throws getting better with red zone and situational football. I didn't want to misword that because he was very, very, very technical there. But that tells you that I think that he named off everything what we're all thinking. So as of the Shrine Bowl, he was putting in work there. So I think it's just going to be a matter of consistency, and he's got to get better with that pressure. And these edge rushers and linebackers only get bigger and faster in the NFL. So.
All right, one quarterback who you did not mention, and I am not a big fan either, but I keep hearing his name pop up as one of these quarterbacks who could go here on day 2 is Drew Allar from Penn State. Obviously, he had the injury. Kind of felt like he plateaued at Penn State. Even before the injury, I never really saw him take that next step. Now, he did show better deep ball accuracy, and I thought that was something that he showed off at his pro day workout, but everybody looks good in T-shirts and gym shorts. Yeah. What's your assessment of Drew Allar? Am I on the money, or does he have a shot?
I would say so. I mean, there's all the seasons that he was playing at Penn State, it was like, oh my goodness, this is going to be a Heisman guy. And then the beginning of the season, it was like, oh my gosh, yes, he's still a Heisman guy. And then you get about midseason, you're like, okay, what's going on here? And then by the end of the season, nobody's talking about him anymore. And that's kind of the thing with him is it's like you'll see these plays like, oh my goodness, that's the guy. That's definitely the guy. And then he does something just so insanely stupid that you can't get behind it anymore. And I mean, it's the flash, right? The arm, the size, the traits, the things like that. And people look at that and they go, oh, but look at all of these very nice things. But then you can't do all the little technical things that are not flashy that no one wants to talk about. There is inconsistency in basically every single aspect of his game. And he struggles with poise, which is a big thing. So I'm out on him as a prospect.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either. All right, one last quarterback from this class I want to ask you about is Cole Payton. You mentioned the concerns with Ty Simpson being a one-year starter, Cole Payton in that same boat, a left-handed quarterback as another kind of wrinkle to the equation there. There was a lot of hype around him leading up to the draft. I mean, I get it. Extends plays, very mobile quarterback, and has a laser arm. I mean, he could sling it in there, but you talk about lower level of competition, the track record of North Dakota State quarterbacks, say what you want, questionable there at best. What do you think of Cole Payton?
How do I put this? So I think about Trey Lance and how that went, but when I think about quarterbacks like in the Trey Lance category that are like these one season quarterbacks with all these quirks and stuff, I think Cole Payton maybe stands the best chance of proving that narrative wrong. But at the same time, I haven't seen anything that makes me think that he's going to be a highly successful NFL quarterback. Do you get what I'm saying at all? Like I'm
Yeah,
trying
I
my
do.
best to do this.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm with you. I didn't really understand the fascination, quite frankly. I think there's flashes. I think he has the tools that translate to the modern quarterback, that the traits that you look for. But I'd be scared as heck. The lack of experience, the caliber of competition. I'm not sure Cole Payton is somebody that I would want to invest highly in. So we'll see if he goes here on day 2 or not. All right. Before we let you go, I do want to pick your brain. A lot has been made about the 2027 NFL draft class. I always feel like this is one of the worst exercises that we do, because we always hype up, wait until the next quarterback class. And we were doing it this time a year ago. A lot of the players we just mentioned, we were being bandied about as first round picks. But I feel like this 2027 class has been hyped up even more so. And, admittedly, it looks phenomenal on paper. What are your take on the 2027 class? Who are some of the players that you like?
I honestly haven't looked at it too in depth. The only guy I can think of right now that's been directly in front of my face that I've watched intensely is Gunnar Stockton. As of
Yeah.
right now, I don't think that Gunnar Stockton has what it takes. I think he's going to be an average backup or third stringer. If you give me some names,
Well,
because I'm
Arch Manning, Lenore Sellers, who you put on my radar
okay.
a couple years ago.
Yeah. So Arch Manning right now has still shown me nothing. Paul Feinbaum and I talked about that, and I said it's all about the name, it's all about the potential. I still don't think that he's really shown anything to hang your hat on. So I'll be watching that. And Lenora Sellers, I think, has a lot of athleticism, and he's sneaky good as a passer at the same time. He's his level of competitiveness, and it's weird to describe, because I talked to his high school coach and his high school teammates and stuff, and they say he gets a certain look in his eye, and you just know that he's going to deliver, and it's genuine. Like, he does it every single time. Like, there's specific instances brought up from high school. There was that one game that no one thought South Carolina was going to win, and he did it himself in the last few seconds. So I guess sounds cliche, but I think Lenora Sellers is a true gamer. And I think you need to have that extra little bit of spark. I mean, I think that he has a certain kind of spark that Arch Manning hasn't even shown us yet. So
Okay.
it's going to be. I think that quarterback class is going to be better than this one. But
What
I
about
think it's
Dante Moore from Oregon? Are you a fan?
not after I saw him in the postseason. That was pretty bad.
What do you think
But
about Dylan Raiola going over there and that whole dynamic?
yeah, I mean, I was high on Dylan Raiola for a little while, but it seems like he's kind of gone up and down and faded into obscurity and then come back again. He's one of those that does that. So it's going to be interesting to see how he makes use of that. But I mean, I feel like that's going to be a guy that either like falls right down to the floor or just like skyrockets. I don't see a middle ground for him.
All right. Well, phenomenal stuff. Very informative. I learned a lot of new things here that I did not previously know. So we always appreciate the time. Again, thanks for the patience, Chrissy. And tell the listening audience at home what you got going on, what they should be on the lookout for, anything we should keep our eyes open for.
Yeah, I'm currently under Minute Media at Fanside, and I just started over there. So I'll have a lot of content over there. And then I'm kind of working on my own stuff and talking to some other companies. So we'll see what develops, but there's definitely quite a bit in the works.
All right. Awesome. Well, stay in touch. Keep us posted, and look forward to chatting soon.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. There she is, Chrissy Freud, a phenomenal quarterback analysis expert, guru, always putting quarterbacks. I had a reminder. She's the one who informed me about Lenora Sellers a couple years ago at the Senior Bowl. I said, hey, who do you like quarterback on the come up? Lenora Sellers. I said, oh, wait, let me go ask around and find out. And sure enough, a lot of the NFL scouts had already known. So Chrissy Freud, make sure you go check her out on Fansided. Does a phenomenal job. She's been coming on for several years here on our show. Always happy to have her as part of the broadcast. And now I do see. No, I don't. I thought I saw Russ Landy in the backstage. We're going to have Russ Landy join us at some point here today. We just had Bo Marchant, Chrissy Freud. We're going to get you caught up with some of the selections while we were talking. I mentioned Zion Young to the Baltimore Ravens. They add the pass rusher there, Josiah Trotter to Tampa Bay. I like what they're building there, and they stay on the defensive theme. Ruben Bain up front, Josiah Trotter at Tampa Bay, out of Missouri, and you're talking about a prospect, really, probably higher rated prospect than his brother. Could have been in the top. Well, he did go top 50. Josiah Trotter goes 46 overall. So I kind of saw him in the top 50, which is where he went. Steelers trade up with the Colts. Jeremy Bernard. How about that? Very interesting piece to add to that offense. Obviously, the Steelers have been trying to find a secondary target there to accompany DK Metcalf and Jeremy Bernard. We've talked about it. If you tune into the Draft Watch show, he's a big player we've talked about frequently. Somebody who can beat you deep, but also underneath. Solid route runner, end arounds, bubble screens. You just get the ball in his hands. You watch him go to work, and so now the Steelers have themselves another weapon, and we'll see if Aaron Rodgers does indeed come back. The timetable has been set, and this year it's running past the draft. So we'll see if the Steelers pull the trigger on one of the quarterbacks that we were just talking with Chrissy Freud about. All right, Avian Terrell to the Atlanta Falcons. Thank you, Will, by the way, for updating this in the chat room. This is excellent coverage here. Avian Terrell to the Falcons. So he reunites with his brother, AJ Terrell, in the Atlanta Falcons secondary. Tremendous value there. It'll be a family affair, just like it's an NFL Draft Bible Familia show here. All right. Now, we mentioned I love Jacob Rodriguez, and I talked about him going to the Dolphins prior to Chrissy coming on when we had Bo on the show. And now my second favorite player in the draft out of Texas Tech, Lee Hunter. Man, I just love this dude. Like, he's an animal. Georgia animal steel in the trenches. And this is a great fit for Carolina. I'm starting to come around on the Panthers. I was a little bit skeptical, a little bit hesitant on that David Canales there in Carolina. But the more I saw, the more he began to grow on me. And I thought he really matured in his second season as head coach, learned from a lot of his rookie mistakes during his first season at the helm there. And, you look at what the Panthers are doing. They added Jalen Phillips in the offseason. You pair him with the Lee Hunter. They also have Derek Brown. You talk about Nick Scourton and some of the draft picks they've invested on this defensive line now. And suddenly Carolina is getting back to where they need to go. Princely Umanellan as well. So they did a second and third round pick on Princely Umanellan and Nick Scourton last year. They signed Jalen Phillips in the offseason, and now they select Lee Hunter. They have put a lot of equity in this front unit there in Carolina, and I think the Panthers are going to win that division, and I think they're going to be a playoff contender. Now, where's my compadre Russ? I want to talk to him about D'Angelo Pons, who just got chosen by the New York Jets with the 50th overall pick. And I thought Russ last night hit the nail on the head with this Jason Verrett comparison. And when healthy, dynamic player. But those frames do not tend to hold up. I would say Ladarius Webb, not the one in this year's draft, Ladarius Webb Sr. from the Ravens might be another similar comp for a D'Angelo Pons. So you look at the Jets now, they've had a bunch of picks, and we'll talk about that. But Jake Galladay, the linebacker from Cincinnati, comes off the board to Minnesota, and you got some thumpers now with the Vikings. They take Caleb Downs in round 1, Jake Galladay in round 2, two guys who can fill the gap, stuff the run, violent downhill attacker. And Galladay comes off the board before players such as an Anthony Hill, a Kyle Lewis, some very prominent names still remaining left here at the linebacker position. So that catches us up to pick number 52, and that brings us to the Green Bay Packers second round selection. They are now on the clock, and we appreciate your patience with our guests. don't have too much more lined up for you. So rest it away. Will be straight draft analysis. And at some point, Russ Landy will be joining the program as well. So buckle up for that. Now, the Packers are interesting because they lost Romeo Doubs to the Patriots during the offseason. They still have Jaden Reed and Christian Watson. Matthew Golden, though, was somewhat of a disappointment. I don't think he even sniffed the end zone all of last season. His targets kind of fluctuated on a weekly basis. So you wonder if Green Bay wants to add to the offense. Of course, Micah Parsons was their big offseason acquisition of a year ago. And I do believe this will be the first selection for the Packers here in this year's draft. I do not believe they had a selection yesterday, but they did add some pieces in Zaire Franklin from the Colts over at the linebacker spot. Javon Hargrave comes over from Minnesota on the defensive tackle, but the Packers pretty much remain intact. They could look to go offensive line here and maybe create some depth along the offensive line. They moved Anthony Belton inside to guard. I think he, kind of iron out some of the issues he had earlier in the season. Aaron Banks is the other guard with Jordan Morgan and Zach Tom at the outside tackle. So Green Bay Packers currently on the clock. You out there, me right here. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick commercial break and come back and get into some of these selections here that are transpiring on the second day of the NFL draft. We appreciate you tuning in. By the way, make sure you like, share, and subscribe, and we'll be back right after this.
Buckle up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
All right, we're back at it again, everybody. Rick Serritella here, checking in on the All Access Football live stream show. Just a quick programming announcement. We will be live for the marathon tomorrow, about 8 hours. I don't know how my back is going to do it in this chair, but we're going to do it, and we're going to do it well. We got Russ Landy will probably be joining us for the round 3 action. We're an hour and a half into round 3 and a little bit more than halfway through the third round here. And Brandon Cisse, the cornerback out of South Carolina, goes to the Green Bay Packers, number 52 overall. Clearly, the secondary was a need for the Green Bay Packers. Now, they did sign Brandon St. Juste, I see, out of from the Los Angeles Chargers during the offseason. So they double down now and take Cisse, who's a very physical, athletic press man, cover corner, has some explosiveness to him. Actually has been used occasionally as a blitzer on the edge. So Cisse has a versatile skill set at 5'11", 6'8" inches, 189 pounds, 30 and 6/8 inch arm length. Not ideal, but he can get away with it because he makes up and compensates. He's got that track speed. He's got a track background now. 4.46 40-yard dash, 1.53 10-yard split. That speaks to his explosion, change of direction. He does have very fluid hips. 15 bench press reps out of a cornerback. You like to see that. It means he knows the direction. He doesn't need a compass to navigate his way to the weight room. And a 4.33 short shuttle time. At his that was at his pro day. At the combine, he leaped 41.5-inch vertical and 10'11" broad jump. So that speaks to the athleticism that we just alluded to. So now you pair him in that secondary opposite of Kayshawn Nixon. You've got a playmaking safety and Xavier McKinney with a nose for the football, a young up-and-coming safety, and Evan Williams along with Javon Bullard. Suddenly now, that secondary is getting better. And, they ever since Jair Alexander left, he was a lockdown press man corner. Now Brandon Cisse maybe can step up and take some of that off of the workload there in the secondary. Now I see the Indianapolis Colts have selected with the number 53 overall pick, and you got to go to the beginning of the draft Bible to find C.J. Allen, the linebacker, the green dot linebacker out of Georgia, who, the production wasn't always there, but this is a guy who flies to the football, high football IQ, can read and react, very good lateral coverage, sideline to sideline ability, can cover running backs, can cover tight ends, can do a lot of everything very well. Maybe nothing elite, which is why he's still available here in the second round. 6 foot and 6/8 inches, 230 pounds, 31 and 4/8 inch arms. Did not test leading up to the draft, but he's a multiple year starter for the Bulldogs. Relentless motor, does tend to over pursue, right? His aggression could be a good thing and a bad thing. Can get caught out of spots, poor eye discipline in pass coverage. Sometimes looks back at the quarterback and can get burned there, but he does have a Pro Bowl type of skill set if everything does click at the next level, according to our scouts in the Bible. He talked about his leadership. He said, I think initially it just goes off how you huddle, how you handle yourself, how you come in and take care of your business day in and day out. I think the next step is knowing your guys, having that connection with the guys and building that and knowing what gets your guys going. So that speaks to his leadership, how you push them, because I believe each guy is different. So he's very well aware. You have to see what makes them going. So in 41 games, 3 seasons at Georgia, missed a game late in the year due to a knee injury, but he was a consensus All-American, All-SEC first team, 4-star recruit out of Lamar County High School, and basketball, track athlete, qualified for the state championships in shot put, 45 feet and 6-inch toss there, and 13 games in 2025, 88 tackles, 8 tackles for a loss, 3.5 sacks, 4 pass deflections, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery, over 200 tackles for his career. So very good. And we just mentioned they lost Zaire Franklin in free agency, so very good pickup there for the Indianapolis Colts. Now, this next selection I really like a lot. And I was on with Mike Gill in ESPN Philadelphia earlier today. And we do have a trade with the Patriots, who are on the clock now, that moved up with the Chargers. But again, Howie Roseman lets the board fall to him. And how in the heck is an Eli Stowers just available for the plucking at number 54 for the Eagles? Dallas Goedert is entering the final year of his contract. Craig Calcaterra is there as the backup. But now you inject Eli Stowers into this offense. I expect to see a lot more 12, 13 type of personnel. You have a Mekhi Lemon now, who's going to probably replace an A.J. Brown in the offense. A little bit different dynamic in terms of the skill set there. Lemon more of an inside-outside type of receiver, but another weapon now to pair with a Devontae Smith in that offense. So you got Devontae Smith, you've got Mekhi Lemon, you've got Goddard and Stowers, and Jalen Hurts is going to have to adapt and adjust to another new offensive coordinator. This is actually his 10th consecutive season. That blows my mind too. It's unfathomable to believe that it's the 10th consecutive year that Jalen Hurts is going to have a different offensive coordinator, dating back to his time in college at obviously Alabama and Oklahoma, and now with the Philadelphia Eagles. He's had a different offensive coordinator every single season. But you talk about Stowers, he's somebody I had a chance to go and scout back in training camp over at the Commodores facility, and the coaches just rant and rave about this young man. Very even-keeled, very level-headed, had an over $2 million NIL payday this past year, never got to his head, was always the same person. He's the first one in, last one out. And you got to remember, he's still developing, a former quarterback turned tight end. So, he's very cerebral, understands different aspects of responsibilities, what his teammates need to do out on the field. Now, his pass blocking has developed, but there's still room for improvement there. But what you're getting with Stowers is an over-the-middle presence, somebody who's got dependable hands, and just really a go-to target that Jalen Hurts can rely upon. And he's going to need that now. A.J. Brown, when you needed a first down, you dialed it up and looked for A.J. Brown. Well, now you have Eli Stowers, who could come in. And listen, at the end of the day, you're not going to replace A.J. Brown with one single player. You're going to need a committee. And that's what the Eagles have done here, adding a rookie wide receiver, a rookie tight end. The youth movement is in full effect in Philadelphia when it comes to the offensive side of the ball. And, they have prepared for this now. They've created some depth with the Hollywood Brown, who comes over from Kansas City, a Dontavian Wicks, who they acquired over from Green Bay. So you talk about good luck if you're an undrafted free agent wide receiver trying to make this roster, because with Devontae Smith, Mekhi Lemon, Dontavian Wicks, Hollywood Brown, you're going to see about 5 or 6 guys now competing for one roster spot. So very, very shrewd move there. Howie Roseman strikes again, and the Philadelphia Eagles going a little bit against what they traditionally pick. Usually they're in the trenches. this year they're going with some skill positions, some offensive ammunition, and I like what Adams exploits is saying. Jalen under the center with more motion and throwing over the middle. Yeah, they need to get back to some of that. And, Hertz, I guess, had refused to do some of that last season. And we've got Mr. Urban in the chat room. Thank you for coming back. Where are the rest of the guys? Well, thanks for coming. We had Bo Marchant, part of the NFL Draft Bible Familia, the certified draft ninja, joined us at the top of the third round. We were just joined by Chrissy Freud for some quarterback talk. And I'm riding solo probably until the rest of the third round. And then Russ Landy is going to join me for the home stretch here, probably right at the start of round number 4. And we'll bring you on home through each and every pick. So don't worry. Don't worry. We got some people coming. It's a party over here. It's the NFL Draft Bible live stream show, but I'm holding it down for you guys. Yeah, Russ is on his way. Believe me, he's coming. He just texted me. He's working on it. So we will have the great Russ Landy, who does join me each and every Saturday. No show tomorrow because we'll be live for about 8 hours starting at noon Eastern time. But then we will resume our regular scheduled weekly shows every Saturday, 10 a.m. Eastern. We're going to get right into the 2027 NFL draft journey each and every week. So make sure you tune in for that. And Gabe Jackas comes off the board to the New England Patriots, who traded up to grab Jackas. And he's actually very similar to a Harold Landry when you talk about a hand in the dirt, fires off the football, stays very low to the ground, very good leverage. So I really like this selection for the New England Patriots. They did sign a Draymond Jones during the offseason because they lost Chiasen during the offseason, who had a pretty productive season for them, 7.5 sacks. So, now they boost their pass rush with a Gabe Jackas. Okay. Gabe Jackas, opposite of Harold Landry. You cannot double team both of them. So you're going to create a little bit of a mismatch there. Okay. And very productive at Illinois. And this is not going to be an all-pro caliber type of player, but he's going to be a solid 7, 8, 9, maybe even the occasional double-digit sack season. 6. Here's the interesting thing, and this is why we included measurements from the All-Star games, the Combine, and the Pro Days in the draft guide, because at the Senior Bowl he was 6'3" and 1/8. And then at his Pro Day he was 6'3" and 5/8. But at the Combine he was 6'4". So he's somewhere between 6'3" and 6'4". 260 pounds all 3 times. So we got that one right. 33-inch arms. Again, very productive. Had a lot of NIL offers to leave Illinois. Stayed there. Very good. He has mastered the art of the strip sack. 7 forced fumbles for his career. Little bit of inconsistency is the knock on him, but he can get after the quarterback. Maybe can do a little bit better job of finishing. And he comes and goes, against some top caliber competition such as Ohio State and Washington. He was nowhere to be found except for the back of a milk carton. Other games, he was all over the field, multi-sack games. So I think that he's going to probably fit in here as a situational pass rusher, maybe even back up at Harold Landry. Of course, they've got Milton Williams and Christian Barmore, who eat up a lot of space in the middle of that defensive line. And his linebacker coach, Trent Harris, had this to say. He's a relentless pass rusher, understands the depth of quarterbacks. He understood he got too high, tried to hit a speed move, didn't get there. He retracted perfectly and attacked the football. That's something he's done a lot better, just having awareness of where the ball is. So that is his linebacker coach talking about the one Gabe Jackas out of Illinois. A little bit about his background. Jackas. Okay, the J is silent. I should probably look at the pronunciation part of the Bible first, but Jackas. Yakety yak. Don't act back. Okay, Jackas. All right. 50 games in 4 seasons, team captain, all Big Ten first team, 3-star recruit, 2-time state champion wrestler. I like that when I see that in the background. And also the male athlete of the year during his senior year of high school. So just a all-around athlete. 43 tackles in 2025 in 12 games played, 13 and a half tackles for loss, 11 sacks, 3 forced fumbles this past season, 35 and a half tackles for loss, 27 sacks for his career. Very, very productive, that Gabe Akis. All right. Get it right. Get it tight. Another pick on the board. Nate Bokercher from Texas A&M goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And this is interesting, isn't it? Because he's very similar to another tight end that they already have on the roster in Brenton Strange. Okay, so you'll see the league is trending upwards when it comes to 2 tight end, 3 tight end sets. And it looks like Jacksonville is going to look to go that way now with the Brenton Strange and a Nate Bokercher, who I must say really stood out to me at the Senior Bowl. I think at Texas A&M, he was more known for his inline blocking. And then you saw at the Senior Bowl, he was flashing some pass catching ability, and he did a little bit of that for the Aggies too. So he's a guy. He's going to be an inline guy first, pass catcher second, but he's not going to hurt you in the passing game. He can provide some production there. So, they do have one less weapon with Travis Hunter moving to the defense full time. Okay, maybe situational packages. Brian Thomas Jr., it was a weird season for him, wasn't it? His head didn't really seem to be always in it. Struggled with a lot of drops. Really vast, stark difference from the previous year. Now, Jacoby Myers was a spark plug coming over from the Raiders during the trade deadline. So Thomas and Myers are going to be entrenched as the starting wideouts. You got Parker Washington in the slot with the little 2 tight end sets now featuring Brenton Strange and Nate Bokercher. I guess I do like it from a depth standpoint. I think there's some very, very much higher rated players on the board here, but Jacksonville addressing a need, going for the need over best player available. Now, they did take Quentin Morris. I guess they signed a Quentin Morris out of Bowling Green, I believe, after the draft last year. And Hunter Long, those are the current slated backups. Hunter Long out of Boston College, not very physical at all. And so Nate Bokercher does bring that physicality. All right, so let's move on. The Chicago Bears are on the clock here at number 57. And, this is a team looking to take the next step. We saw them, I think they beat the Packers there in the playoffs, and they need to now get over the hump and compile some players that can get them there. Dylan Thieneman may be one of those players who can help get them over the hump. He was chosen on day 1, and he's slated to kind of step into one of those safety spots, probably the strong safety slot. They did sign a Kobe Bryant from Seattle, as well as Cam Lewis from Buffalo at the safety position. So now they have some adequate depth there. Over on the offensive line, they brought in Garrett Bradbury, who's a little bit suspect, not very good, hasn't really lived up to the billing, but he's slated now to start at center. They got the Canadian, Kyle Hergel out of Boston College as the backup center. Joe Thuney now is at left guard. Ozzie Trapillo, another Boston College product who I believe had some injuries a year ago, but when healthy, he looked like a future franchise left tackle. Jonah Jackson at right guard and Darnell Wright at right tackle. I'll tell you, that is probably outside of center one of the more solid, well-rounded offensive lines that I've seen. Now, they did lose DJ Moore, who they traded to the Bills. They don't have much depth at wide receiver behind Rome Odunze or Luther Burden, so maybe wide receiver could be a potential target. Defensive line, maybe they look to add a pass rusher here. That looks like a glaring need when I just glance at their depth chart. And who are some pass rushers still on the board? Let's have a look, see if we can. I have a feeling that the Chicago Bears could look to go with an edge rusher here at pick number 57. So we'll take a little quick break, and I just want to see who the best. But this won't be a long break. I just want to look something up real quick, and we'll come back right after this one.
Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
All right, well, would you look at that while we were on that little quick commercial break? I wanted to see who the best edge rushers were still on the board, but my initial gut instinct told me correctly. It is a center, Logan Jones out of Iowa, who I believe is the first center off of the board, and that's pretty interesting when you consider the medical aspect of a Logan Jones. But from a talent standpoint, it's hard to argue. And our very own Russ Landy, who will join us shortly, actually mentioned him during our NFL Draft Extravaganza show as his favorite center. I like the DNA, the toughness, the makeup. We just said, hey, this outside of center, this is one of the best well-rounded offensive line that I've seen. And Logan Jones now is going to give Garrett Bradbury a run for the money. At 6'3", 300 pounds, he ran a 4.9 40-yard dash with a 32-inch vertical. But this guy's lower body strength is phenomenal. I mean, you're talking about squat records for days. I know we have that in the profile here at some point. 38 consecutive starts, flexibility to play all three interior positions, squats 700 pounds, ladies and gentlemen, an Iowa school record. Thrives in run blocking, has been a mauler, and smarts, technique, athleticism. We actually said he is a first-round talent type of prospect in our write-up. Now he doesn't have great size. He has adequate size, so he can get pushed around a little bit. Suffered a bone break in the right hand. He snapped his right hand late in the year. Will be ready for training camp. But you're talking about one of the strongest players in the draft, without a doubt. And in 2025, he was the Remington Trophy Award winner for the top center, Outland Trophy finalist, unanimous consensus All-American. And you wonder why Logan Jones didn't have much more hype. Well, maybe it's because of the right hand injury in 2024, the right high ankle sprain in 2023. He also missed the entire 2021 campaign due to a knee injury, which did require surgery. Redshirted in 2020. So a lot of medical, right? A lot of things you've got to hold your breath on there. A 4-star recruit, state champion shot put, also starred in basketball. So a multi-sport athlete background for the Logan Jones out of Iowa. Okay, now we have another pick. Cleveland Browns trade up with the San Francisco 49ers to select Emmanuel McNeil Warren. And I did not anticipate Emmanuel McNeil Warren to be sitting here at 58 overall to the Cleveland Browns. You got to love the value here. And this is what Cleveland needs for their franchise. These are the kind of impact players that can make a difference. And you look at Grant Delpit Ronnie Hickman right now sitting at that safety spot. I could definitely see Emmanuel McNeil Warren come in and take one of those jobs away. Cleveland's secondary isn't exactly loaded with depth, so this makes a lot of sense. And quite frankly, I thought Emmanuel McNeil Warren would wind up in the first round. He goes 58 to the Cleveland Browns. Marlon Klein, who we've talked about, Big Will Donahue in the chat room. We've talked about Marlon Klein, haven't we? Pretty interesting considering some of the other tight ends who are on the board. I don't think people thought Marlon Klein would be coming off the board before Max Clare from Ohio State, Oscar Delp from Georgia, some very good heralded tight ends here that were on the board. And so a little bit, I don't want to say anything's a surprise, but certainly questionable with the Houston Texans. Again, they kind of reached for Kalen Rutledge. Now they hate to say they kind of reached again for Marlon Klein, but Nick Caserio has done as good a job as anyone in terms of identifying players who fit their scheme. Now, Adams Exploits, thank you for the update. The Eagles do indeed get Jonathan Grenard from the Minnesota Vikings in exchange for pick number 98. I love this move. You talk about the value of getting a established, proven veteran pass rusher in exchange for the number 98 overall pick. I can guarantee you this. You're not going to find a pass rusher still on the board that can come anywhere close to producing what Jonathan Grenard can bring to the table. So you put Grenard now on that front unit. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, obviously in the middle. Jahad Campbell is an emerging linebacker who can be used as a situational pass rusher. They've got the Nolan kid there that is just waiting to bust out, and Jalix Hunt, who showed some flashes there. So now the Eagles are going to attack you with multiple pass rushers, and Jonathan Grenard, a savvy pickup once again. Howie Roseman, no stranger to wheeling and dealing. And does that include a 4-year, $100 million contract extension, $25 million per year for a Jonathan Grenard? So that comes with a new payday. All right. Well done, Howie Roseman. Tennessee just traded up with Chicago. They are now sitting pretty at number 60 overall, are your Tennessee Titans. Okay. And we talked about Carnell Tate, who I'm a fan of, right? Their first round selection. But at number 4, you want a quote unquote blue chip cornerstone foundational building block type of wide receiver. Is Carnell Tate that? Well, I don't know. I don't think he's a franchise talent. I think, quite honestly, Calvin Ridley is probably going to be the number 1 wide receiver there. But they got Cam Ward a weapon. They signed Wan'Dale Robinson in the offseason. So Chimere Dike, I'm a big fan of. He came on, especially down the stretch of the season. A taller slot weapon, very good route runner, very explosive, also returns kicks. So I like the dynamic of the wide receiver room now. It's going to be much improved for Cam Ward. However, they still do not have any running back that you can rely upon. And I think that's something here that Tennessee might want to consider in terms of running backs. And Jonah Coleman out of Washington could be a good fit potentially here. I think taking a running back in this spot actually makes a lot of sense. And Mike Washington Jr. from Arkansas is another available running back. Jonah Coleman, I think, is the guy who maybe stands out. You got the Penn State, Katron Allen, Nicholas Singleton, Emmett Johnson, potentially maybe in this spot. But if I am Tennessee, I am looking to address that running back position. So We'll see what they do on the clock at 60, and then we go back to the Rams at 61, who are picking behind them. And we had a great conversation in terms of quarterbacks with Chrissy Freud. Of course, Bo Marchant joined us before that. And the third next year. Okay, so Adam Schefter is reporting pick number 98 and a third next year in order for the Eagles to get Jonathan Grenard. Okay. Not bad. Anthony Hill, the pick is in. Texas linebacker, Tennessee Titans. And hey, I mean, I like Anthony Hill. A lot of people thought he would be a projected first round pick this time a year ago. Wasn't the season that he quite wanted, but he can get after the quarterback. He can play off ball. He's got a multi-dimensional skill set. And you look at Cedric Gray out of North Carolina, another speedy sideline to sideline linebacker, as is Cody Barton, is a hair on fire type of linebacker as well. So now you throw Anthony Hill Jr. into that equation. And they also signed Mohamed Diabate from Cleveland as a backup. So it looks like Tennessee is building some depth along that defense. They added Jermaine Johnson in their trade of Tavondre Sweat with the Jets. They also imported Jonathan Franklin Myers on the defensive line. They signed a Cordell Flott from the New York Giants to compete at the cornerback spot. So Tennessee should have a handful of new starters, potentially including Anthony Hill Jr., and they need it, right? They were picking at the top of the draft for a reason. And so when that occurs, you've got to try to upgrade. And I'll tell you what, both the ones and the twos are going to look a lot different. You're going to need a yearbook in Tennessee to keep up with all the roster transactions there. All right, that brings us up to the Los Angeles Rams, picking number 61st overall here in the second round. They bypassed the opportunity to add a weapon such as a Puka Nacua and instead went with an eye on the future and quarterback Ty Simpson out of Alabama. And, you know, to me, it was interesting that Chrissy pointed out, like Stetson Bennett, I don't think was much lower of a rated prospect coming out of college. Now, he wasn't as highly rated as a Ty Simpson, but I don't know how significantly of an upgrade that's going to be in the quarterback room. And I think that might be some of the disappointment in Sean McVay. But I will say this. Nobody, and I mean nobody, used 12 and 13 personnel more than the Rams. They changed their whole offensive identity a year ago. And in fact, they were light years ahead of the rest of the league. They used 12 and 13 personnel at an all-time record-setting pace. And look for that trend to continue because they just added Max Clare out of Ohio State to the Rams. And, you know, listen, the Rams stay true to their board. It's not necessarily a need, but the talent was too good to pass up. Now, they've got three competent tight ends in Colby Parkinson, Terrence Ferguson out of Oregon, who was holding it down before Kenyon Sadiq. He really came on and showed some potential, especially inside the red zone down the stretch of the season. And then Tyler Higbee is still there. So, you know, you got Higbee, Parkinson, Ferguson, now Max Clear. There might even be an odd man out here. I don't know how you carry all of those guys. Higbee potentially might be coming off of an injury, if I remember correctly. But wow, a lot of 12, 13 personnel coming to the Rams. And this is a tough, gritty, grinded out team now. Kyron Williams, don't get it twisted. Like Kyron Williams, Blake Corum, that's a 1-2 bruiser combination in the backfield. And now you have stout tight ends, and you have playmaker receivers and Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. Jordan Whittington showed some flashes. You know, I would like to see the Rams at some point still inject a wide receiver into the mix here. I think that'll bode well. And of course, on defense, they brought over Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie. They imported the Kansas City Chiefs secondary there. So the Rams with Max Clare at tight end, pick number 61. And that brings us now back to the Buffalo Bills, who will make the 62nd selection. And then we are now 3 picks away from the 4th round. Boy, 2 hours of power in the books. Time is flying by. Russ Landy coming soon. Buffalo Bills on the clock. LA Chargers behind them at 63. And your defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks at pick number 64. Hey, if you're in the chat room, drop us a line. What are you hearing? What do you want to talk about? What are some comments, questions, and feedback that you may have? Also, while you're here, please like, share, subscribe. Make sure you get all of our show alerts. And we appreciate all the love and support. And, we're independent media doing this for a long time. We don't have a lot of bells and whistles. We don't have the super producers and all the tools that we need, but we appreciate you being here, and it's because of you being here that we can do this. And Jarrett Regal, I see you. Right back at you. Jarrett Regal, NFL Draft Bible Scout, will be joining us tomorrow. We got all kinds of people coming through on tomorrow's show. It's going to be a revolving door, but today I wanted to get a lot of the analysis on the players being selected tonight, and I think we're doing a pretty good job of it. So buckle up, hunker down, hang on in there. We got 3 more picks to go until we get into the 4th round, and we'll talk about that when we come back right after a quick commercial break. All right, we'll be back right after this.
Pull up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the draft used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up.
All right, back at it again. All right, seeing a place to be. Rick Serritella here, you out there. We're approaching the end of the third round, and the Buffalo Bills staying on the defensive side of the football. You know, they elevated offensive coordinator Joe Brady to the head coach spot, but they have turned their attention to the defensive side of the ball here on day 2 of the draft with TJ Parker earlier in round 3, and now Davidson Igbinosun is how you pronounce it. A New Jersey product from Union, Ohio State, multiple year starter, physical, sticky cover man, can play the boundary for the Buffalo Bills, which was certainly a need there. And they have Christian Benford. I think Maxwell Hairston now may kick inside to the slot and make room for Davison Igbinosun, who really improved his technique, cut down on the penalties. We've talked about it extensively. 16 pass interference calls 2 years ago, just 4 this season. So he did a tremendous job with the discipline, technique. 43 career games at Ohio State, freshman All-American at Ole Miss, college football national championship there with the Buckeyes, a 4-star recruit from Jersey. Had 53 tackles, 8 pass deflections, 2 interceptions this past season, 27 pass deflections, and 4 interceptions for his career. Talked about the influence that defensive coordinator Matt Patricia had on him, and he feels like a credit to Coach P. Like the question before, they asked me how I was able to cut down on all those penalties. Coach P spent a lot of time with me just watching my film, teaching me how to be more poised and teaching me how to be more calm and more relaxed at the top of the round. So Matt Patricia, there you have it, straight from out of his mouth, playing a big role on his cut down in the penalties. And he was asked if the NFL teams have brought that up to him during the team interviews. He said they definitely do ask. I just explained the process that I use to eliminate penalties, watching tape, understanding is what I tell them. And in 2024, I realized a lot of reps, I wasn't in a bad position. He was actually in a good position. He was just getting run by. They weren't running past me. I just needed to be more poised, just getting my head around and playing football. So he gets it. He understands his weaknesses. He's worked hard on them. And very solid pick. And Dom Ambrose agrees in the chat room. Good pick for the Bills. Yes, Dom. Just a quick programming reminder. Thank you, Adams Exploits. No show on the Draft Watch show tomorrow because we will be live starting at noon Eastern for our day 3 coverage. It will be a revolving door of guests, a lot of folks from the NFL Draft Bible Familia. So many, too many to name. So stay tuned for that. We got Russ Landy hopping on for the round 4 action, and Jake Slaughter, another Dom Ambrose favorite, to the Los Angeles Chargers, right? And the Chargers are always stockpiling bodies on that offensive line. They go back to the offensive line once again. They've invested in the offensive line. It seems like every year that since Harbaugh has taken over. And you talk about Joe Alt is coming back from the season-ending injury. They also have Rashawn Slater there. And now you add a Jake Slaughter to the equation, which is interesting because they signed Tyler Biadasz from Washington, the center there, So Slaughter may play guard to start off. He does have some interior flexibility. They also brought in Cole Strange, the former first-round pick, who now plays guard, and he spent last season with the Miami Dolphins. So it's going to be a full-blown competition come training camp with Slaughter, Baez, Strange, probably three. Oh, Trevor Penning is also on the roster. So there's going to be a fierce competition. 2 out of those 4 guys are going to earn starting jobs. Now, Trey Pimpkins III, a good friend of the program out of Sioux Falls, he stepped in and been a spot starter there and has held up well. So he can be that swing tackle, utility guy. Man, this is a deep offensive line. Ben Cleveland also on the roster. The Chargers have tremendous depth on the offensive line, and you saw them be able to withstand all those injuries a year ago and still be pretty significant contenders. So I look for the Chargers to bounce back in a big way. They're also going to get running back Omarion Hampton back healthy. So that's going to be a nice kind of bonus addition for the Chargers there on offense. And, you know, you got to say Ladd McConkey's a up-and-coming developing receiver. I really liked Trey Harris coming out of Ole Miss. Not a huge first season, but I think he showed some competence there, and he'll be okay. Keandre Lambert-Smith out of Auburn is a kind of wild card in the offense who can stretch the defense. So suddenly now the Chargers – man, I think they're going to look to pound the rock if Hampton is healthy. They signed Keaton Mitchell to back him up this year. No more J.K. Dobbins in the fold. But Kamani Vidal did pretty good. Sioux Falls, baby. Analyze and educate. That's what we do. Bud Clark to the Seattle Seahawks to close out the 3rd round. And I'm a big fan of Bud Clark. I don't know. I guess there was some hesitancy. Did he have some injuries there in his background? But, man, this guy just shows up constantly around the football, creates all kinds of turnovers, tremendous skill sets. 6 foot and 7/8 inches, just a shade under 6'1", 188 pounds, ran a 4.41 40-yard dash with a 1.56 10-yard split, 38-inch vert, 10.7 broad jump. Very good numbers there. Human drone covers immense ground due to keen instincts and awareness, excellent anticipatory skills, high energy player, and natural instincts. Doesn't make many mental errors. Very aggressive. Batted balls. Plays against the run. Shut down Chris Hilton Jr. It was noted here when they played LSU, and does not get flagged for penalties at all, but 15 career interceptions. This is what I wanted to get to. That is special. That does not just happen by accident, okay? That takes a very unique skill set and a very savvy player with anticipation. Now, he was a Senior Bowl participant, 3-time team captain. You got to love that kind of leadership. I know the Seahawks definitely value that. 47 career games. All Big 12 second team, had an ankle ailment in 2025, an injury that popped up several times. So I did remember some teams being a little bit wary about the injury there. Now, it also held him out of action in 2022 and 2021. So this ankle thing has been a reoccurring injury going back the last 4 or 5 seasons. Right. So it's a risk reward selection in a way. But when you're taking them at the final pick of round 2, round 2, I'm sorry, 64 overall, at some point that becomes a value. And so I mean, I have yet to even talk about how he's going to fit into the Seattle defense. But let me just tell you, 56 tackles, 7 pass deflections, 4 interceptions, including 1 touchdown this past season. And we mentioned the 15 career interceptions and 2 interception returns for touchdown. So he can take it to the house with the ball in his hands. Now, you look at this modern day Legion of Boom that the champion Seahawks have accumulated here. And again, this is a team that just seems to go back to the secondary, whether it's Devin Witherspoon or Nick Emanuwari, Naima Pritchett, now Bud Clark. They have invested heavily into the secondary, and they've hit on a lot of these players. And I don't think any team has developed defensive backs better than the Seattle Seahawks have. So that concludes your third round, and we now enter the fourth round, where the Arizona Cardinals are now back on the clock for the number 65 overall selection to begin this third round of the NFL draft. Now, Arizona, we had Howard Balzer on this program yesterday. He covers the Cardinals beat on the regular basis, and he kind of sold me on the selection of Jeremiah Love, and I was kind of mixed on it a little bit initially, but after listening to Howard speak about it, I think it's going to be a good fit. Now, before we get to this Cardinal selection, analyze and educate. Over under for UFL signings to the NFL, it's been 64 and 67 the last 2 years. I think it's going to be a little bit down this year. Based on what I've seen, I'm going to put the number at Lawrence Taylor, 56. I'm going to go under here. And, while a lot of these guys get signed to the NFL, it's usually the specialists who actually stick. We've seen a lot of Brandon Aubrey's and some of the kickers stick. We've seen Keontae Turpin stick as a kick returner. But I think I'm going to go a little bit on the under here and compared to years past. But once the draft season is over, I haven't caught every game like I usually do. Just I've been knee deep in the draft Bible. But now that the draft is beyond, I'll be full attention to both the UFL and the CFL, as well as the AF1 and the IFL. I love it all, baby. All right, Carson Beck. Just talked about him at length with Chrissy Freud. Carson Beck now becomes the third quarterback off of the board to the Arizona Cardinals. So, let's talk about this, because Jacoby Brissett went 1-11 as a starter a year ago. Played so well, they said goodbye to Kyler Murray. Now Brissett wants a pay raise. And so you got to have a contingency plan. And at, what is this, pick number 65, Carson Beck is worth the roll of the dice. Now, one thing I may slightly disagree with Chrissy on, and I thought she brought a lot of great, valuable information. I tend to believe that Carson Beck, unfortunately, is a game manager. And I'm not sure he is a guy that you view long-term as a starter. However, I think he can have a heck of a career holding a clipboard. Charlie Whitehurst comes to mind. Like, it would not shock me if Carson Beck hangs out for a decade in the league and barely even plays. But that's what he is. He's an insurance policy. And I get it. There's a lot of skill sets that you do have to like. He can make all the throws. And I thought the national championship was one of the better games he played during his time in Miami. Now, different style this year versus Georgia. Georgia took a lot of deep downfield shots. This year, I believe 65% of his passes traveled 5 yards or less through the air. That's significant. 60 to 65% of his passes traveled through the air 5 yards or less. A lot of checkdowns, a lot of dinks, a lot of dunks. But that wins in the NFL. It's not really about the deep ball. It's about working the short to intermediate parts of the field. So could he be a Mac Jones kind of quarterback? Right? I think if he hits his ceiling, he could be a Mac Jones type. But hey, for the Arizona Cardinals, when you have nothing, you got to have something. Now, they did sign Gardner Minshew. Okay. Keaton Slovis is on the roster. I can't believe he's still hanging out in the NFL. But Carson Beck now in the mix. there for the Arizona Cardinals, who apparently were not very interested in Ty Simpson, at least not trading back up into the first round. And from what we've heard here on the show, may not even have taken him at the top of the second round. So Arizona's out on Ty Simpson. They're in on Carson Beck, who now becomes the third quarterback off of the board. All right. Analyze and educate. As the draft continues, I really wonder if the Jets actually believe that the Jets are going to consider Brady Cook as a bridge to 2027. Now, that is not the case. Okay. And I get it. I think he got a spot start last season and, actually played better than I thought. But Brady Cook is not the answer. Neither is Bailey Zappi. The Jets have 3 first-round picks in 2027. They are assembling everything around their future quarterback. Their quarterback of the future is not on the roster. It's not Brady Cook. And good kid. I wish him well, and I'm rooting for him. But, no, I do not think he is the bridge. Keaton Slovis on the roster. He's appeared in games. Yeah, I know. I'm very well aware of Keaton Slovis. He was on our negotiation list when I was with the Edmonton Elks, even though his skill set didn't exactly fit the CFL, but very well aware of Keaton Slovis, former 5-star USC, bounced around all around, both at the collegiate and NFL level. So good to see him hanging out. All right, we got Tyler Onyedim, Texas A&M, somebody I got a chance to meet down in Frisco at the East-West Shrine game. Lacks prototypical size, really gets after it, quick get off, good strong hands, stays low to the ground, just comes at you, can stop the run. So an interior presence there along the defensive line for the Denver Broncos, who take Tyler Onyedim from Texas A&M with the number 66 pick. And, Denver, just looking at their defensive line, they got Zach Allen, Jonathan Cooper, and now they add Onyedim with Malcolm Roach in the middle there. So Denver, really a quiet offseason outside of adding Jalen Waddle from the Dolphins. They really did not have many free agent acquisitions. And I believe that was their first pick of the draft. So Denver Broncos on the board. Kieran Crawford out of Auburn to the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, this is interesting. Crawford, was expected to go right in this range. But you do have some interesting prospects on the board, like a Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State, a Romello Height out of Texas Tech. So, Crawford is probably going to be more as a situational pass rusher. I know Jarrett Regal was on one of the shows. I caught him talking about Crawford. I think he had the write-up for the Draft Bible. And, Crawford, opposite of Max Crosby. I think Crawford's going to be more of a situational guy to begin with, and maybe he develops into an eventual starter. And Jarrett Regal's in the chat room saying Carson Beck reminds him of Josh McCown. Yeah, not a bad comp. I like that with the Cardinals comparison. Good one, Jarrett. Crawford has definitely got the pedigree coming out of Auburn. He's done it on the big stage. And, it's just the motor runs hot. It runs cold. It comes, it goes. I think the consistency is really something that kind of stood out. But intangibles are evident. Played the buck position under DJ Durkin there. Played in different an array of hybrid schemes. A team captain lined up on the edge, off the ball. Great core strength. Occasionally loses body control, decent bend, speed to power, excellent get off, quick twitch, can become a little bit predictable as a pass rusher and is a liability in pass coverage. So you don't want to ask him to drop back, but we had him as a projected backup. At the combine, he said, "I'm a killer. I'm a dog. No matter what it is, my mindset is always going to be kill or be killed. I'm going to be the one not to get killed." That was your Kieran Crawford quote quote from the combine. Again, he started off at Arkansas State and then third team all SEC honors. Okay, was also a basketball player in high school, 36 tackles, 9.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks this past season, 24 tackles for loss, 11.5 sacks for his career. Now, my mic was muted. I don't know how long for, but I was talking Kieron Crawford, and now we're on to Markel Bell to the Eagles, the human skyscraper, as Jarrett Regal likes to refer to him. And, this guy is a man amongst boys, just a mammoth offensive tackle. I know from Jarrett informing me that Bell did not allow a sack this past season, which speaks well to his step up in the level of competition. And he actually began as a JUCO over at Holmes Community College before making his way to Miami. A 0-star recruit, okay, coming out of high school. So somehow, some way, this 6'9", 346-pound giant, and he was 358 at the Senior Bowl, and then checked in 346 at the combine and his pro day. So he's working on dropping some weight. 87-inch wingspan. Are you kidding me? You don't see an 87-inch wingspan too often, my friends. 36 and 3/8-inch arms. Now, he ran a 5.36 40-yard dash, right? He's tall, he's big, he's going to be a limited athlete. Projects better to a zone scheme, physical presence at the point of attack, good foot speed for a big man. Pass protection remains a work in progress, but Jarrett gave him the DeJuan Jones comparison, who came out of Ohio State, and as he alluded to in the Bible, will be great in jumbo package situations. And, Jeff Stoutland is no longer there in Philadelphia. But the Eagles love to develop offensive linemen, and they like to cross-train their offensive linemen too, which I'm not sure. Maybe they have plans for a Markel Bell to play some guard, because that seems to be what the positional need is for the Philadelphia Eagles. And you wonder now how they're going to implement a Markel Bell into that offense. But they've got a thing for these big-bodied offensive tackles. You've seen a lot of them come through Philadelphia. They have some developmental ones in Miles Hinton and Holland Pierce. They also have a short one in Willie Lampkin. Now, Drew Kendall, I think, is going to step up now and compete to play some of that guard spot. He really was a bright spot despite not playing a lot. When you talk to the coaching staff there, they rant and they rave about a Drew Kendall. So Landon Dickerson had some injury issues there. Tyler Steen is the other guard. Drew Kendall will be in the competition. And now you add Markel Bell. And I could see Bell maybe starting off at guard and then eventually kicking out to right tackle, because we're not sure how much longer Lane Johnson is going to play there in Philadelphia. And it only took to the third round for the Eagles to finally draft an offensive lineman. Usually they do it earlier than that. But I do think this is an Eagles kind of selection, and I don't love it, but I do like it, right? This is going to be more of a down the road kind of selection as you wait and you groom and you develop Bell. I don't know how much action he'll see as a rookie. So, all right, just to recap the first 3 picks here, we have Carson Beck from the Jets. Carson Beck to the Cardinals at 65. Tyler Onyedin to the Broncos out of Texas A&M, the defensive tackle there at 66. Kieron Crawford, the edge rusher out of Auburn, heading to the Boulevard to pair with Max Crosby. Markel Bell, who we just spoke about, at 68 to the Philadelphia Eagles. And that brings us to selection number 69. And the Chicago Bears, they love big bodies.
and they love tight ends. They've already got Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet. And now they just pulled the trigger on Sam Roush out of Stanford. And again, we talked about this on the show. The NFL is trying, if you're paying attention, you're seeing more running the ball. You're seeing more 12 and 13 personnel sets. These are the latest fads occurring. And the fads all come back around every other decade or so. So now you take a look at this tight end room. You have Loveland, Kmet, and Roush. Whoa. I mean, just having Kmet and Roush in the game at the same time, that's a lot of beef. You got to like this. I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches, really, when you look at this tight end. And Roush did have 8 drops this past season, which kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But everything else I like. He's a phenomenal blocker. He can be an offensive threat. He comes in at 6'6", 267 pounds at the tight end position. Ran a 4.7 40 with a 1.61 10-yard split, 38.5-inch vertical. At 270 pounds, 10.6 broad jump, 4.37 shuttle, 7.08 3-cone. Those are impressive testing times. An old soul living in the modern age of the move or hybrid era of tight ends. Roush excels playing close to the tackle box at the wide position. All right. Again, somewhat of a limited athlete, but he does have some explosiveness based on his testing. As a receiver, the best way to describe him is an old school tight end, a reliable chain mover. And on the downside, his game lacks twitch and explosiveness, suffers from severe lack of lateral agility, I guess. 7 drops this past year. And I saw that down at the Senior Bowl, right? That is what kind of kept popping up. But he is a good route runner, very smart, obviously playing at Stanford, duh. And we have a quote here from Sam Roush himself. He says, Zach Ertz was back in spring ball, so it was interesting to hear his perspective, and obviously a lot of different guys. Colby Parkinson was down in Southern California when I was down there, which is cool. He plays for the Rams now. Yeah, it's been balling recently, so great to see that. And that's with Sam Roush talking about the Stanford tight end lineage, the pipeline that is Stanford to the NFL when it comes to the tight end position. Second team All AAC, a lot of academic awards, master's degree, bachelor's degree, all ACC, 4-star prospect coming out of high school, also played basketball. His grandfather, Phil Olsen, played in the NFL. His great uncle, Merlin Olsen, you might have heard of him, no? Hall of Fame inductee from the Rams. And then his other great uncle, Orrin Nelson, played with the Chiefs. So he's got a lot of NFL bloodlines. That bodes well for the background. 49 catches, 545 yards, and 2 touchdowns this past season. 1,200 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns for his career. And that is Sam Roush, who goes to a loaded tight end room there in Chicago. Now, Romello Height from Texas Tech is your next selection, number 70th overall. He goes to the San Francisco 49ers, who clearly needed some pass rush help. They inject the Red Raider into the defensive line unit to pair with a Nick Bosa. They've got a big body in Alfred Collins out of Texas there. They also drafted Michael Williams out of Ohio State, who really didn't live up to the billing, but there's some good young bodies on this defensive line, and they signed Osa Odighizuwa from O from the Dallas Cowboys. So San Francisco reloading there on the defensive line for new coordinator Raheem Morris. And, Height was a guy who I thought was more finesse. And then when I got down to the Senior Bowl, he started pulling out bull rush and power rushing repertoire moves. So he kind of grew on me as the process wore on. And quite frankly, he was right there with David Bailey neck and neck in terms of production. He had 11 and a half tackles for loss, 10 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. In 50 career games, 27 tackles for loss, 16 and a half sacks. He started off at Auburn and then went to USC. Auburn for 2 seasons, USC for 2 seasons, Georgia Tech for a year. Follow the NIL trail, and then Georgia Tech. So he is a triple transfer, played for 4 different schools, did suffer a shoulder injury back in 2022. Okay, a 4-star recruit out of high school. He was the high school record holder for sacks, enjoys bass fishing during his free time, and Romello height, upfield burst, superb change of direction, fluid hips, great bend off the edge, high effort pursuit, speed to power conversion, sets the edge in the run game. During the Senior Bowl, as I mentioned, he switched it up and flashed all the different types of things he can do. And so I like this move. 6'2" and 6/8 inches, 240 pounds, and ran a 4.64 40-yard dash with a 39-inch vert and a 10'5" broad jump. That Romello height, who goes number 70th overall to the San Francisco 49ers. And that will now bring us up to the Washington Commanders. And Will Donahue in the chat room is telling me the selection is in. And it's going to be one of our guests from last night, favorite players in the draft. We had Brian Baldiger on the show. And I'm not sure if it was on the show right here or maybe in a private conversation, but he went back and watched the film on Clemson wide receiver Antonio Williams, and he was ranting and he was raving and wondering why isn't this guy getting more love. Well, sometimes when you're out of sight, you're out of mind. And Antonio Williams started off the season on the infirmary report, so he had a slow start to the year. Okay. And then he started to do what he does. And he had a couple games where he flashed. The performance wasn't always consistent this past year, and maybe the injury played into that. But if you go back to his film 2 years ago, we were talking about Antonio Williams as a potential first-round pick. And again, one of the best route runners in this year's draft. Had that hamstring injury in the season opener, okay, and that kind of lingered with him. Exceptional yards after the catch, compact frame, twitchy, explosive, high football IQ, can line up inside, can line up outside, also runs the ball, lines up in the backfield, had 13 rushes for 78 yards, even threw a 75-yard touchdown pass. So watch out for the chicanery, reliable soft hands. Isn't going to really be much of a contested pass catcher, but speed-wise, he has enough burst to accelerate, stretch the field. Not long speed. 4.41 official 40-yard dash time at 5'11 and 5/8, 187 pounds. 39.5-inch vert, 10'4" broad, and 10 bench press reps for Antonio Williams. This past season, he had 55 catches, 604 receiving yards, and 4 touchdowns, but over 200 catches in his career there at Clemson. Again, lined up a little bit in the backfield. Has had some ankle and toe injuries, right? So hamstrings, right? One of these guys who just has, seems like always some kind of nagging injury, but he could project to a number 2 receiver there in Washington. Behind Scary Terry. This could be a nice 1-2 punch. And 2-time All-ACC selection, started 38 of 43 career games. Was also an All-Academic and 4-star recruit where he won 3 state championships in high school. So he brings a winning pedigree. Not too much winning at Clemson lately, but in the high school level. So that gets us caught up to speed here at pick number 72. We have, about 28 selections to go here for the remainder of day 2. Seems like it's a good time to maybe take a break. We'll check in and see where Russ Landy's at, and we'll be back right after this. Pull up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the Draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
All right, back at it again. All right, seeing a place to be. Rick Serritella here for our day 2 coverage of the NFL Draft live stream. We hope you're enjoying it. Please like, share, and subscribe wherever you may be listening to. And just a quick reminder, tomorrow, no Draft Watch show at 10 a.m. because we will be live at noon Eastern time for the duration of the 2026 NFL Draft. It's going to be a marathon. We're going to have lots of NFL Draft Bible Familia. It's my favorite day of the draft. So if you like what you're hearing today, tomorrow we're going to get after it. We're going to dig into the day 3 guys. We're going to try to cover it as best as we can, pick by pick. And quite a few picks came off the board during that commercial break, starting with Tacario Davis, the defensive back out of Washington, going number 72 overall to the Cincinnati Bengals. This is an excellent size, speed defender. Washington had two lengthy corners, Prysock being the other one. And Davis now followed Jed Fish, alma mater of Hanover Park High School, and where I graduated. Followed Jed Fish from Arizona over to Washington. Might even be viewed as a safety, but I like him at corner. 4.41 40-yard dash at 6'4", 194 pounds, 37-inch vertical. This guy can get vertical, okay? Can also get sideline to sideline. Does have some hip stiffness, which is why I say he could be viewed as a safety, okay? But you're talking about experience, versatility for the Cincinnati Bengals to plug into their secondary unit. Had 19 tackles, 3 pass deflections, 2 interceptions this past season, and 3 interceptions for his career, 25 pass deflections overall. Next up, Oscar Delp is chosen by the New Orleans Saints, number 73 overall, the tight end from Georgia. And remember now, they found the medical at the combine. They did not allow him to work out at the combine due to the medical issue that they found. I think it was some kind of a fracture in his foot that he played through. So give kudos to Oscar Delp. I don't think he even was aware of the injury. So that speaks to his toughness. You talk about he waited patiently behind Brock Bowers. I think our guy Will Donahue did this right up. Relentless effort when pushing the pile, gains extra yards for his ball carriers, takes a strong track to the second level in the pass game, polished route runner, exploits the soft spots, and he could be a mismatched weapon, even though he wasn't utilized heavily in the passing attack. Just 20 catches, 261 yards, and 1 touchdown this past season. You wonder why a guy who's 6'5", 245 pounds, and ran a 4.49 40-yard dash with 23 bench press reps and a 38-inch vertical, why he was not used more often as the offensive threat. Here's what Oscar Delp had to say about himself. He said, I can be put anywhere. I feel like I'm looked at as a blocking tight end, but I'm a receiving tight end that learned how to block. I enjoy it. I fell in love with blocking. I mean, who doesn't like overpowering another man against his will? I like that from Oscar Delp. So New Orleans, I like what they're assembling now with the Jordan Tyson to pair with the Chris Olave. You now plug Oscar Delp, who could potentially be a pass-catching threat. And Juwan Johnson has come on. Juwan Johnson out of Oregon converted from wide receiver to tight end. So now you have Delp, you have Johnson. They'll compete for reps at the tight end position. And Tyler Shuck will have some weapons along with newly acquired Travis Etienne, who signed this offseason from the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right. Number 74, your New York Football Giants. Yeah, I better make another pot of coffee there, Adams Exploits. I'm down to empty on the canister here, and we're going to need all kinds of rocket fuel tomorrow. I'm going to have the coffee maker on standby, and we're gonna do what we can do, baby. All right, Malachi Fields from Notre Dame. The big, tall, lengthy wide receiver out of Notre Dame lands with the New York Football Giants. And this is a player who's been linked to the Giants leading up to the pre-draft process. Now, Fields made a lot of noise with his Mobile moment. I mean, he had the catch of the week down there at the Senior Bowl. And I think that caught a lot of people's attention in terms of the big play capability that he possesses. Now, we didn't always see that at Notre Dame. And he ran a disappointing 4.61 40-yard dash, I believe, which kind of hurt his draft stock a little bit. But he is a pretty good route runner, a tall target, and somebody who can make plays downfield. And you have Malik Neighbors now coming back off an injury. And Malachi Fields is going to really compete because, I mean, other than Neighbors, who may not even be available for the start of the season, you've got Darius Slayton, Darnell Mooney, and now Malachi Fields to put into the equation there for the one Jackson Dart. All right. Let's see. We've got Caleb Douglas to Miami. Interesting. Texas Tech, big body receiver, another guy who can go up and get it. I thought this is a little bit high. I did not have Caleb Douglas on my bingo card for the top 100 overall. Good player. I think more a complimentary part. Now, Miami has all these small jitterbug wide receivers. So I do like it from the standpoint where Douglas is bigger, physical, vertical kind of presence on that receiving core. He was very productive there in the Texas Tech offense. A lot of balls going around, and I just want to pull up his measurables because they are impressive. 6'3" 4/8 inches, 206 pounds. Ran a 4.39 40-yard dash. And usually when you're fast, you have some athletic explosion when it comes to the vertical. Just a 31.5-inch vertical jump for Caleb Douglas. But still, you saw him make play after play with the jump ball, contested catches. On film, his leaping ability was outstanding, not so much in the testing department. Gets great separation off the line of scrimmage against man coverage, seasoned route runner, top-notch football intelligence. Projects as an ex-receiver and played 26 games at Texas Tech, 2 years at Florida, 54 catches, 846 yards, 7 touchdowns this past season for the Texas Tech Red Raiders. So had a fracture in his fibula midway through the 2023 campaign, forced him to miss the remainder of the season. That was 3 years ago with the injury. Oh, we've got a quarterback, and he's heading to the host city of Pittsburgh. I'm looking at the TV monitor right now. The Steelers fans are waving the terrible towels for their in-state selection of Penn State quarterback Drew Allar. And they've already have a Drew Allar on the roster. His name is Will Howard. And so now you have another statuesque pocket passer to come in and possibly even compete if Aaron Rodgers does not return. Last year, I think they gave him the ultimatum. They wanted to have an answer before the draft. This year, Rodgers is taking his sweet old time. We're now in the draft. And, Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, Drew Allar, if they're looking at each other, they might think they're looking in the mirror. Very similar skill sets. All have 2 left feet. They're going to just stand in the pocket and try to make throws. They have strong enough arms to push the ball downfield, no doubt about that. And, if Aaron Rodgers does not return, this season could get turned upside down for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I don't think you're going to feel very good about a quarterback room with Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, and Drew Allar. In the ideal world, you want to squeeze one more season out of Rodgers and then maybe redshirt Drew Allar and just let him sit and develop if he can. So that's how I would kind of try to go about developing a Drew Allar. I don't think he's anywhere near ready to be inserted. But this is an interesting development considering you've have Garrett Nussmeier, Cole Payton still on the board. I had ahead of Allar, I believe. But to me, Nussmeier would have been the guy. I mean, a little bit of a head scratch and pick. I can't say I like this selection only because Garrett Nussmeier was still on the board. To me, Nussmeier would have been the guy that I want to roll the dice on. Just great experience there. The son of an NFL offensive coordinator, can make all the throws. And, to me, Nussmeier down at the Senior Bowl showed us something.
And, Drew Alar had the foot injury, so he could not participate in Mobile, had a very good pro day workout. But you go back to the game film and you compare the throws that Nussmeier is making versus the throws that Alar is making, it's night and day. Nussmeier can work the short to intermediate parts of the field as well. And he played through injury. So Alar's coming off of the injury. And so now we'll see how he settles into the new Pittsburgh digs. But it looks like the fans there, I'm trying to keep up with it. Looks like they were kind of excited about the selection. Now, the Green Bay Packers are on the clock, and they have just selected with the 77th overall selection, Chris McClellan out of Missouri, the defensive tackle. And, McClellan is an underrated player who really wasn't talked a whole lot about leading up to the draft. He originally started at Florida, and, he's played in a lot of different schemes. Now, at Missouri, where he finished, I think he was asked to be more of a run stuffer. At Florida, he was asked to be more of a pass rusher, so he can bring a pass rush presence from the interior. That is the biggest appeal to a Chris McClellan. So one of the few defensive tackles, by the way, that can get after the quarterback from the interior. And McClellan was one of these late additions here. Let's see if we can pull him up and give you the lowdown skinny. (6'4", 313 pounds, 34-inch arms, great length, 505 40-yard dash, 29.5-inch vertical, 83 2/8 inch wingspan. So just great length. And I mentioned it. At Florida, he was in the 3-4 base. Missouri, he played in the 4-3. Grew up as a pass rusher. Didn't play defensive tackle until he got to college. All right, so he transitioned to the inside, hence why he has a pass rush repertoire. Tough, gritty, physical, nice bend, possesses giant hands to go with the wingspan, fast learner, big-time leader, does tend to play high at times and can sacrifice some of that leverage, and has flatlined in terms of his development, right? Not a lot of upside. He kind of is what he is, a versatile, stout run defender, downhill pass rusher, and could be a key cog in a kind of rotational role there for the Green Bay Packers. You got to practice what you preach, says Chris McClellan on his leadership. I can't go out in the locker room and say, you can't be out here acting crazy, going and living that life. You've got to be the same guy every time. I just try to live straight. Words from Chris McClellan, the newest Green Bay Packer. Now, he was a Combine and a Senior Bowl invite, 51 career games played, 4-star recruit, 48 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 6 sacks this past season. Pretty good production there from the defensive tackle spot. 17 tackles for loss, 10.5 sacks, and 133 career tackles. Also very active hands, 4 pass deflections there for Chris McClellan, who is the newest Green Bay Packer. And we take a look at what the Packers have done. And they added Brandon Cisse at the cornerback spot earlier. Now they have Chris McClellan. So 2 pieces on the defensive side of the ball. No players yet drafted on the offense. But again, we mentioned they added Javon Hargrave, Zaire Franklin, and now Brandon Cisse in the secondary with Benjamin St. Juste and Chris McClellan. So Green Bay really putting a lot of emphasis and focus onto the defensive side of the ball. And I guess the Packers traded with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to move up into that slot. So thank you, Will Donahue, in the chat room for that little piece of information. Going back to the Malachi Field selection with the Giants, they're going to have, for the second year in a row, a lot of rookies, an inflection of rookies. And, they now have Malachi Fields and Francis Mauanoga on the offensive side in terms of new additions. They added Arvell Reese and Colton Hood on the defensive side in terms of new additions. So that's 4 good, nice young pieces that are all going to have a role. They're all going to play an impact. I don't know how much of an impact Malachi Fields will have, but Malanoga should win a starting guard spot, maybe be an eventual tackle. Arvell Reese is going to be, I believe, a linebacker weapon is what he called it, because I think he's somebody, when you have a Jalen Hurts, a Jaden Daniels, a Dak Prescott in your division, Arvell Reese is going to be your spy. He's going to spy those guys. And yes, he's going to be occasionally used as a pass rusher, but I do think his best skill set speaks to being an off-ball linebacker, which I think fits well with the Giants, because you have Brian Burns, you have Abdul Carter. Whether or not Kayvon Thibodeau gets traded or not, some talk that the Saints could make a deal for him. You still don't have to force Reese to be a full-time pass rusher. So I like how he fits into the dynamic. And Colton Hood, I think, is going to come in and compete for a starting job as well. Paulson Adebo, big money contract, often injured. They did sign Greg Newsome from Jacksonville. Andrew Phillips has kind of been cold and hot, hot and cold. Deontay Banks has been somewhat of a bust. So Colton Hood has a good chance. All these rookies that the Giants are taking are going to have a chance to have a significant role. Now, our next pick is going to be number 78. It is A.J. Halsey, the safety out of LSU. He goes to the Indianapolis Colts at number 78 here. Back end safety, great ball hawk instincts, always shows up around the football. And, you know, there was a lot of people high on A.J. Halsey coming into the draft, and not too many safeties have been selected. So now we see Halsey. He comes off the board here at 5'11", 5'8" 215 pounds, ran a 4.52 40-yard dash with a 1.62 10-yard split, versatile chess piece, in the box linebacker, high motor, tremendous closing speed, read and react instincts, violent tackler. In pass coverage, he can break on the play quickly, deliberately, ball skills. Needs to do a better job engaging and shedding blocks, but he brings size, instincts, position flexibility, and 48 career games at LSU and Houston. Began at New Mexico, so double transfer. Suspended the first half against Clemson due to an ejection for unsportsmanlike conduct. A 3-star recruit out of high school. He had 88 tackles this past season with 3 interceptions and 10 career interceptions overall. So he can find the ball. He can create some turnovers, and he now will be competing for a spot in that Indianapolis Colts secondary. How about the next selection here at number 79? The Atlanta Falcons get Georgia wide receiver Zachariah Branch. Okay, this is a dynamic piece to add to that Falcons offense. You've got a big body target in Drake London. You've got another big body target in tight end Kyle Pitts. Now you inject a Zachariah Branch into the slot where he can beat you deep. He can create after the catch. He could actually even compete as the kick returner there, because Devin Tompkins is slotted as the kick returner, punt returner. So Zachariah Branch is going to add some electricity to this Atlanta offense. Who will be the quarterback? That remains to be seen. Michael Penix now is up to his 4th torn ACL. So they brought in Tua Tagovailoa, another injury-prone quarterback. Between Tagovailoa, Tua, and Penix, hopefully they can find 17 starts between the two of them. Otherwise, they might be in trouble. Trevor Siemian now slotted as the 3rd string. But they signed Jahan Dotson from Philadelphia, who's also kind of a slot weapon. So what you have is maybe some moving parts here, some satellite pieces. Branch can be used on end arounds, maybe some chicanery plays. And definitely opens up the offense and it'll make things easier for Bijan Robinson. Not that he needs any more help, but tremendous value. Obviously, he had that little mishap the week before the draft, got into a little trouble, slap on the wrist there. Otherwise, he may have gone significantly higher, maybe even as high as the first round. So to get him here at pick number 79, I think is very, very good value for the Atlanta Falcons. Now we have a little bit of a run on the wide receivers, do we? The Baltimore Ravens. I guess, did they trade up to number 81 with the Jacksonville Jaguars? Is the pick in? Jacoby Lane? It looks like the pick is in. The Ravens have traded up to select USC wide receiver Jacoby Lane. And again, man, Baltimore identifying a need. I think he could fit in rather well to this offense too, because Zay Flowers, more of a speed burner, really more of a slot. And Rashad Bateman has been improved. And it's funny because Bateman coming out of Minnesota was kind of like Jacoby Lane coming out of USC. Big body wide receiver, showed flashes, but had so much athleticism and talent. Both Bateman and Lane should have been much more productive than what they really are. And that's the thing with Jacoby Lane is you watch him, he makes the highlight reel play look easy. He makes all these acrobatic catches. I mean, this guy can go up and one-hand it like Odell Beckham Jr. with the best of them, but then he drops the easy balls or he loses the ball. It's almost like he's looking up into the sun when he goes to track the football and tries to judge it. The instincts, there's something just off about it that really didn't sit well with me. Other than that, man, I mean, like, you look at the size, you look at the speed, you look at the flashes of brilliance for Jacoby Lane at 6'4" and 3/8 inch, 6'4", 3/8, 200 pounds, 4.47 40-yard dash, and a 40-inch vertical at 6'4.5". He did have a very good Senior Bowl. I do remember that. Showed that he can climb the ladder again, but his body balance, right? Struggles with body balance, adapting to the ball, altering his route. He can get sidetracked. So there's some work to be done here. And it says, yeah, Jacoby Lane is a great teammate, great person as well. He made me a better person and a better player that I am today. He just knows me the best. So when I'm slacking off some days, he's getting on my butt to make sure I get on my A game. And he's a great person to have in the locker room for sure. That was his teammate, Mekhi Lemon, who's now a Philadelphia Eagle, on Jacoby Lane. All right, Combine invite, Senior Bowl invite, consummate teammate, according to the coaching staff. Played under former NFL tight end Todd Heap in high school. He hails from Arizona. Prepares like a pro, vocal personality, leads by example, often stays after practice late, gets in the extra work, and also played basketball in high school. He had 49 catches for 745 yards and 4 touchdowns this past season, 18 career touchdowns during his 30 games played at USC. So Jacoby Lane, the newest member of your Baltimore Ravens. All right, we're moving and grooving right along. The Jacksonville Jaguars have made their selection. Pick number 81 is going to be Albert Regis, the defensive tackle out of Texas A&M, who really flashed to me down there at the East-West Shrine Bowl, a Canadian native, I believe, I like his grittiness, definitely tough, comes at you, no downs off, just comes after play after play after play. He's got knockback power from what I recall watching him, especially in those one-on-one situational matchups. 6'1" and 6'1" and 6/8 inches, He was 308 at the Shrine Bowl when I saw him, and then he dropped down to 295 by the time his pro day rolled around. So he dropped 13 pounds during that time. 32-inch arms, 4.88 40-yard dash, 34-inch vert, 9.8 broad jump, strong run defender, difficult to get off his mark, and anchoring the nose tackle there for the Aggies. Stout, densely built frame combined with impressive flexibility, adequate arm length, able to absorb and shed double teams. All right. Best trait for a player like me is my explosiveness. I feel like my first step is crazy, my get off is crazy, and my versatility. I'm not going to say nobody can do it, but it's very rare for people to play all positions on the defensive line. What I need to work on, I'd say my pad level. It can be high sometimes. It definitely is something I can fix. That is Albert Reese on his self-scouting report. 49 career games, 5 seasons, 28 starts, all at Texas A&M. Very active in the community, and has a daughter who was born just last summer with his fiance. All right, 2025, 49 tackles, 3 tackles for a loss, 2 sacks, and 11 tackles for a loss, 3.5 sacks for his career is Albert Regis out of Texas A&M. All right, we're up to pick number 82. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. We've got about 18 more selections to go. And with that, it's going to be time for us to take another quick promo break. So when we come back, we'll talk about some of these selections as we close you down to day 2 of the 2026 NFL Buckle up
Draft.
and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch Show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
Okay, we're back at it again. All right, seeing a place to be. Rick Serritella here. You out there. We are on pick number 84 of the third round on day 2 of our live stream coverage. A couple of selections that came off the board that we'll catch up on here in just a moment. But before we do, just a quick programming announcement. We will not have the Draft Watch show tomorrow. We'll take a rare day off. That is because we will be here live for day 3, starting at noon Eastern time for the duration. We'll have all kinds of good folks. It'll be a revolving door today. Looks like Russ Landy got a little bit jammed up. I'm not sure if he'll be able to join us. So I'll bring it home for the next 16 selections or so. And tomorrow we'll have guests galore, including a lot of the Draft Bible Familia that you see in the chat room. Will Donahue, Jarrett Regal. We'll have Dom Ambrose checking in. Good friend of the show, Evan Willsmore, will be here. He's got a new book out. And Dave Del Cole will be kicking off the 4th round. My paisan that I did a couple of Scouts Honor podcasts with leading up to the draft. And he will join us to kick it off at noon Eastern time and get things started on round 4. We're still on round 3. And while we were away, the Minnesota Vikings took Big Orange, Dominique Orange out of Iowa State, big run stuffing specialist. And that is strictly what he does. One of the best true nose tackles. They are somewhat of a dying breed in the National Football League, but Dominique Orange is a good one. He can absorb double teams, triple teams. And I like his toughness. Now, he actually suffered an ankle injury, I think in the first game of the season, second game of the year. Very stout, though, against the run. 6'2", 322 pounds, 33 3/8 inch arms for Dominique Orange. 50 games played at Iowa State. Okay, and 18 tackles, half a tackle for a loss. Right, what he does is not going to show up in the stat box. He's not going to be some kind of stat box. Stuff in the stat box, but he's going to show up. He's going to gobble up double teams. He's going to eat space. He's going to allow other players to shake loose. And you look at this defensive line that the Vikings are compiling here. You know, I had a chance to write some of the bust out players for the Lindy's magazine that'll be coming out this summer. Levy Drake Rodriguez, I said, is the best kept secret in the National Football League. 7th round pick out of Texas A&M Commerce. He actually played really good against the run, but he's a very good pass rusher at the defensive tackle spot. They also added Caleb Banks, okay, who's coming off of that foot injury. So Dominique Orange now, maybe an insurance policy if Banks can't start the season healthy. They've got some bodies now up front on that defensive line, especially at the defensive tackle position, where I look for Dominique Orange to be a part of that rotation, along with Caleb Banks, Levy Drake Rodriguez. I like what they're assembling there. Of course, they also have Dallas Turner on the edge, along with Andrew Van Ginkel, who was just a playmaking machine when healthy, and he had a couple of injuries last season. So Minnesota getting stout on the middle of the defense. Tennessee wide receiver Chris Brazzell comes off the board at 83. He goes to the Carolina Panthers, and that's an interesting pick, isn't it? Because Carolina just invested I think the last 2 years they have taken a wide receiver in the first round, haven't they? And Tetiora McMillan obviously panned out as I think it was the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. And then you have Xavier Leggett, who did not pan out. And, Leggett, Brazzell, both hail from the SEC. Leggett from South Carolina, Brazzell from Tennessee. Two big body receivers. However, Brazzell is definitely more explosive of the two. Now, I got to be honest because, I just wasn't able to ever quite come around on Chris Brazzell as much as some of the other maybe draft analysts that I saw talking him up. And it's just because he's such a raw route runner. And we saw this, I think, with Jalen Hyatt a couple years ago. He made all these splash plays, all these vertical plays, can go up and get it. Now, Brazzell has yards after the catch, big play, explosive ability. Like, you get him in the open field, look out, because he's taking it to the house. But he reminds me of, somebody mentioned analyze and educate, mentioned the UFL earlier. Now, Hakeem Butler is hanging out in the UFL. That's who Chris Brazzell reminds me of. All right, 6'4", 198 pounds, ran a 4.37 40-yard dash. Now, what's most impressive, as I mentioned, is the big play capability, and we made note of it. 14 catches of 20-plus yards or more, including 9 catches of 30-plus yards, 6 catches of 40-plus yards, 4 catches of 50-plus yards. This guy makes big-time plays. And it's no secret why he had 62 catches for 1,017 yards, 16.4 average, 9 touchdowns. And, again, you're going to fall in love. Insane body balance, able to contort the body, adjust to badly thrown balls, large catch radius. But you have to be a route runner in the NFL. And that Chris Brazzell is not. Now, he can play above the rim. He can go vertical and get up and get it. I'm just not sure that he has long-lasting ability, and he'll make the occasional highlight reel play in the NFL. I don't know how consistent he will be. So that, I think the jury remains out. Now, they have another big explosive receiver who came on at a Holy Cross in Jalen Coker. So you just hope now Coker can take the next step. You hope now Brazzell can give you more than what Leggett is giving you. And you hope now Bryce Young has some dependable wide receivers to throw to other than McMillan. Now, the next selection I actually like more, and it's another wide receiver. It's another big body receiver. And as Will Donahue says, he's an NFL Draft Bible favorite. And, this name kept popping up on my radar. And, I told Jarrett Regal, dude, we got to get some eyes on this guy. About halfway through the season, who's this Ted Hurst out of Georgia State? And I can tell you this, after the week in Mobile, everybody was very well aware of Ted Hurst. And, what I do like about him in comparison to a Chris Brazzell, who we just spoke about, is Hurst is a good route runner. Now, he comes from a lower level caliber of competition, obviously from Georgia State, but at 6'4", 208 pounds, he did run a 4.42 40-yard dash, 38.5-inch vert, 11'3" broad jump. Very, very impressive. Now, he made the jump up from Division II, right? And so he started off at Valdosta State, okay, where he played 2 seasons there, then 2 seasons at Georgia State, had 1,000 yards this past season, and I think almost 1,000 yards 2 seasons ago. Almost 2,000 yards receiving during his 2 seasons at Georgia State, 15 touchdowns. So he's a red zone weapon as well, okay.
It says here, according to Jarrett, that he possesses raw physical tools, strong contact balance, yards after catch ability, short to intermediate routes with precision and coordination. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Does have somewhat of a sluggish release against press coverage on verticals, reliable hands, wide wingspan, excellent ball tracking. And that is something that I noticed down in Mobile. Transitions quickly, aggressive perimeter blocker. You like that with this kind of size. And, he actually went up against Vanderbilt this season, and Vanderbilt head coach Clark Lee had this to say: they're going to feature maybe the best receiver we faced to this point. He's a really good player, and we learned that last year. So I guess he had haunted the Commodores in the 2 games that he played them. All right. I gave you his stats, okay, and his background. So that is Ted Hurst, who goes 84th overall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And there's your Mike Evans replacement, so to speak. And I don't want to put that kind of expectation on him, but with Chris Godwin, Emeka Ibuka, Ted Hurst now should fit in rather well. And Tez Johnson, a very slashing type of wide receiver, along with Jalen McMillan, to round out that wide receiver corps there for quarterback Baker Mayfield. Now, Pittsburgh Steelers at 85. They made a lot of noise with their selection of quarterback Drew Allar, who stays in the state of Pennsylvania. He goes from Penn State to Pittsburgh as we await the fate of the one Aaron Rodgers. And the Pittsburgh Steelers have taken Dalen Everett, the cornerback out of Georgia, going with the big school pedigree. Okay, and he will now join a secondary that features Joey Porter Jr. They also signed Jamal Dean from Tampa Bay. And you're seeing a lot of teams take this approach where they have a need or they need to fill a hole. They go out and sign a free agent, and then they double down in the draft. That's exactly what the Pittsburgh Steelers did here, bringing in Jamal Dean, signing and then drafting Dalen Everett. Now, they also signed Jaquan Brisker, the safety from Chicago. So Pittsburgh solidifying that secondary. Of course, they acquired Jalen Ramsey with the trade between the Miami Dolphins. So Pittsburgh putting an emphasis on their secondary unit with the 85th overall selection, which is Dalen Everett out of Georgia, the cornerback. All right, Austin Barber from Florida goes to the Cleveland Browns with the 86th overall selection. And Cleveland wanted to do 2 things coming into this draft: get more weapons for their quarterback and better protection. And so you see that theme continue here, plugging in a Austin Barber. He will now probably serve as a backup to their first-round pick in Spencer Fano. They also signed, like we just talked about, they signed Titus Howard in free agency from Houston, and the Browns are tripling down at the tackle spot with the selection of Austin Barber, who really came into the season with a very high draft grade, kind of slipped as the season wore on, but this is a very, very pedigree selection. You talk about highly recruited, came in with expectations, made an immediate impact, physical, smooth footwork, active hands, can redirect defenders, steady improvement each season, can play either left or right side, is a little bit inconsistent against the speed rushers, can get caught flat-footed, needs to refine some of the timing and hand placement, struggles against counters and spin moves, exclusively lined up at tackle, but it notes here that a transition to the interior may be in the future for Austin Barber. So Barber maybe could compete at guard. He could compete at tackle. Multi-year starter, 38 career starts, 49 games played, and played through injuries during the 2023 campaign that Austin Barber did at 6'6" and 7/8 inches, almost 6'7", 318 pounds, 5'12" in the 40-yard dash, 33 and 1/8 inch arms, 32-inch vertical jump. And Austin Barber is your 86th overall selection out of Florida to your Cleveland Browns. And we have another tight end coming off the board, another Ohio State tight end. And we saw Max Clare earlier be selected, and Will Kacmarek not too far behind him for the Miami Dolphins. And this is a role player. Kacmarek, excellent blocker. In fact, I think he is one of the best, if not the best, blocking tight end in this year's draft. You saw him play a lot of inline for the Buckeyes, and occasionally he'd pop out, make a catch in the passing game. Capable pass catcher, competent hands. Isn't going to do anything fancy, is somewhat of a limited athlete. And Miami is doing a good job, though, for what kind of pieces they're adding. And you figure now Kacmarek fits in there with Greg Dulcich. Okay. They also signed Ben Sims from Minnesota. So they just needed to increase the tight end competition there. And I'm not sure how much of a offensive presence that Kacmarek is going to offer, but just a sturdy, steady inline blocker. And again, I could certainly see the Dolphins employing some 12 personnel there. All right, so that is the 87th overall pick, Will Kacmarek out of Ohio State. The tight end comes off the board to the Dolphins. And then staying in the state of Florida, Emmanuel Pregnon out of Oregon. Really one of the most underrated players in this year's draft. He goes 88 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Russ Landy was on the show last night talking about Emmanuel Pregnon being one of the best available players on his board. And, quite frankly, it's a little bit surprising that he's still here at pick number 88. So Jacksonville really hasn't made any offseason acquisitions along the offensive line. This is the first one, either through free agency or the draft. They did draft Nate Bokercher earlier in the day there on offense, as well as Albert Regis, the Canadian product on the defensive line. So not like significant impact players that are going to start, but key role players who are going to have a specifically designed role or niche in terms of what they bring to the table here. And so Pregnon, very high on him. I do believe he has a very favorable report in the draft Bible, and he's a Denver, Colorado native, 6'4", 314 pounds, big 11-inch hands, 33 and 5/8 arm length, 5'2", 40-yard dash. How about this? 35-inch vertical for the 314-pounder. Premier guard prospect, anchor, leverage, smart player, few penalties, few mistakes, high intelligence, active hands, quick feet, pocket integrity, sheds defenders well, climbs to the second level. In the run, blocking, effective, drives defenders, active feet, constantly pumps his legs, recovers well if he overextends, and the bulk of his snaps have come on the left side. However, he does have some experience on the right side, and he was a transfer from USC. Said the aspect of football, it felt like a lot of things at Oregon provided me the growth as a player. One of the main targets for me out of the portal. I wish they had what I needed to grow as a player. In other words, USC did not. In terms of just scheme, everything we run as an offense. I've been playing for quite a while. The game of football is ever expanding. So Pregnon departed USC to go to Oregon because he just didn't like what USC had to offer him for his next level development. Now he started all 15 games this past season. Also was a starter at USC. Spent 3 years at Wyoming to begin his career. So a double transfer, and opted out of the COVID season. Remember that year, which was now
Oh man, 6 years ago. We still have some COVID class players, and so he preserved the red shirt when he opted out from that season, a former freshman All-American, and I really like that pick of Emmanuel Pregnon to the Jacksonville Jaguars with the 88th choice. All right. Next up, the Chicago Bears with the 89th overall pick select good friend of the program, Xavier Thomas from Wide Receiver University, also known as LSU. And man, this is a luxury pick for the Chicago Bears because I like Xavier Thomas. I didn't even have him this high, and I'm a big fan. But he's a gadget player, I think, and somebody who can come in here. Excuse me, as I almost knocked down the light. You have Roma Dunze on the boundary. You have Luther Burden in the slot. Now you add a Xavier Thomas to kind of replace the DJ Moore. He can do ends arounds. He can do bubble screens. He can line up in the backfield. He can go over the middle. He's toughness, fearless over the middle, in fact. Creates after the catch, is elusive, can break tackles. Xavier Thomas, the more I talk about him, the more I see him, the more I get to know him, the more I like him. And I can only imagine how Ben Johnson is going to find ways to implement him into this really, really ever expanding and ever evolving offense there in Chicago. This is a dynamite pick. And while I do think it's a little bit high for him, I just love the player. I love the pick. And when you got that kind of prospect, who cares once you get past the first 2 rounds where he goes? Now, the San Francisco 49ers have made their selection at pick number 90, and it is the first player selected not invited to the NFL scouting combine, and it was a travesty that Kalen Black out of Indiana, one of the most athletic, one of the most productive, one of the most fierce running backs in this year's draft. And not too many running backs have come off the board. And Kalen Black, is this the 3rd running back to be chosen? But, this is why you have to go with your gut, guys, when you get to the evaluation, right? Because we knew Kalen Black was a player, and eyebrows were raised when he was not invited to the combine. Okay. And so he was on the freaks list because of his strength and his speed. And we've got some measurables here that are pretty impressive. Let's see if I can dig them up. Kalen Black, a combine snub at 5'9", 211 pounds. He was the workhorse running back for your national champion Hoosiers. Timed at 4.46 in the 40-yard dash, 1.53 10-yard split, 37.5-inch vert, 10'5" broad, 27 bench press reps of 227 pounds for a running back. You don't see that too often. Okay. Excuse me. Where'd you go, Kalen? 4.55 short shuttle time, downhill runner, up burst, rapid body gyrations, picks up yards after the contact. He's hard to wrap up. Very difficult, tough, physical, bulldozes his way through tackles, lower body, leg strength to keep his feet churning and legs driving, getting those extra yards, power back, open field, breakthrough tackles, good feel for run lanes, burst, and he does have some speed element to his game. Now, this guy has never fumbled in his career. Okay, that's a big deal. Okay, Mike Washington is still on the board. This guy's got about 15 career fumbles, and he can't catch the ball. And that's why you're seeing a guy like Kalen Black go ahead of a guy such as Mike Washington. Never fumbled. Okay, also a capable pass catcher, solid in pass protection. Okay, now he split reps. He was the lead back, but he split a lot of time with Roman Hemby back there. Now, injury history is a concern, right? Before we get to that,
weight room warrior, combination of athleticism and strength, can squat over 500 pounds, right? This guy's got upper body strength, lower body strength. So he squats 500. He bench presses. He bench presses 27 reps at 225. Now, he's a guy that you got to manage his reps, right? Because he can wear down. You got to have some workload management, which is probably why Indiana had that timeshare with Roman Hemby. 2025 did exit one game due to a neck injury. 2024 limited in the season opener due to an injury sustained in training camp. 2022 missed 2 games with a broken finger. 2021 ended his season with a knee injury. Okay, so every single year other than 2023, he had some kind of significant injury. Despite all that, he did play in 55 games, 16 career starts, just a 2-star recruit out of high school. Now, he ran for 1,000 yards this past season, averaged 5.6 yards per carry, only 4 catches out of the backfield, but he does have 52 career catches, and that stems back to his time at James Madison, of course, where he was with Curt Cignetti. But, one of my favorite players in the draft. Obviously, the injuries are a concern for the one Kalen Black, but it's not like he's looking to come in here and be the lead dog with Christian McCaffrey in tow, right? But what a good backup to have to a Christian McCaffrey. And we've seen McCaffrey go down in the past. It's kind of been a patchwork kind of committee by situation. Well, Kalen Black providing a very good backup value at number 90 to the San Francisco 49ers. All right, well, the Las Vegas Raiders have made their selection at pick number 91. They obviously have a new franchise quarterback, and when you have a new franchise quarterback, you want to protect that quarterback, and they began that process during the offseason. They signed all-pro center Tyler Lindenbaum. They also brought in Spencer Burford from those 49ers, and now they add Trey Zoon III from Texas A&M, who really played the majority of his career at offensive tackle. A lot of people felt like he would kick inside to guard just due to the short arms, right around 31 inches or so offhand. Now, he's being listed as a center here with the card submitted. So that's an interesting, I don't know if this is a typo on the ESPN page or the Raiders intend to play him at center, but that would be puzzling to me since they just signed Tyler Lindenbaum and they moved Jackson Powers Johnson, their center from last season, over to guard. But I got to say, like, DJ Glaze is such a huge concern at right tackle. I could see Zoom maybe starting off at tackle and working his way inward, but definitely a depth piece. And we'll go to the back of the book to find the Z's for Trey Zoom III and our good friend Chad Ryder, who couldn't join us because he's locked up on NFL.com duties. Big fan of Trey Zoom when he came on the show. 6'6", 311, 33-inch arms, not as short as I thought. 32-inch vertical. So that tells me he's going to have a chance. I think he can compete at this right tackle position. A brick wall rarely allows pressure. Gargantuan blindside protector. Strong lower body. Competes instinctual. Steady in pass protection. Warrior in the run game. Brute power. Mauler consistently connects with solid hand placement and projects as a solid starter. So that sounds like some really good value here, right, at pick number 91. Senior Bowl invite, fifth-year senior, 4-year starter, 4-star recruit, 2-sport athlete in high school where he also played track. And, the Raiders continue to do everything they can to ensure that they have their new franchise quarterback protected. All right, so that was pick number 91. There are 100 selections here
on at the end of round 3 that we're on. So we've got about 8 more picks to break down. We're going to take one more quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll continue to move and groove our way through round 3 of our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Buckle up and hunker down. Rick Serritella of All Access Football here. Thanks for tuning in to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. For the past 25 years, we've been bringing you the names you need to know with independent scouting analysis on location across the nation with boots on the ground coverage from training camp to in-season visits, the All-Star Game circuit, and Indianapolis for the NFL Scouting Combine, plus the Pro Day trails and more, capturing the path to the draft with snapshots of hundreds of NFL draft prospects. Be sure to visit allaccessfootball.com for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and subscribe right now to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible featuring nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, our exclusive insider intel, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft. Become a disciple today and visit allaccessfootball.com. The NFL Draft Bible, the Bible of the draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Now back to the 2026 NFL Draft. Rick Serritella here for All Access Football. It's not too late to get your copy of the official 2026 NFL Draft Bible, jam-packed with nearly 600 in-depth player evaluations, insider intel on character, medical, and background reports, plus a look ahead at the 2027 NFL Draft, plus the NFL International Pathway Program prospects. We got it all covered in the NFL Draft Bible, celebrating 25 years of independent scouting analysis. Follow along in all the action. Be the most prepared person in the room with the most accurate projections available on the planet. Go get your copy now over at allaccessfootball.com, your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you for your support of independent media. Now back to our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hey, Rick Serritella here for allaccessfootball.com. Thanks for watching our live stream coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Just a quick programming reminder, the All Access Football Draft Watch show airs every Saturday morning live at 10 a.m. Eastern with yours truly, along with my co-host, Russ Landy, who brings 30 years of NFL, CFL, and XFL scouting experience each and every week. We count you down with hard-hitting analysis, the prospects, the names you need to know. The countdown is on. Destination Washington, D.C. begins now. Make sure you tune in every Saturday morning, live, 10 a.m. Eastern, as we count you down to the nation's capital for the 2027 NFL Draft. Your home for year-round coverage of the NFL Draft and everything pigskin, bringing you the names you need to know first since 2002. It's what we do. Make sure you follow along with the NFL Draft Bible, the official Bible of the Draft, used by all 32 NFL teams. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Now, back to our 2026 live stream coverage of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. Buckle up!
All right, and we're back. We're winding down our day 2 coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. We got about 8 more picks to bring to you here. Rick Serritella flying solo for the duration. Unfortunately, Russell Andy could not make it today, but tomorrow we're going to have a revolving door of guests for day 3. And I would say day 2 is moving quite rapidly. We began here at 7 p.m. It's almost 11 p.m. So we're about 4 hours into the stream. Last year, I thought the day 2 was almost 5 hours long. So we made good time yesterday, good time again today. And tomorrow is the marathon. Gonna need some lozenges over here, I think. A lot of coffee on deck, some methadone blue, espresso. I found a 5-hour energy the other day, and I guess it was a sign that I was gonna need it for tomorrow. So we're looking forward to tomorrow. We appreciate you tuning in. Hey, like, share, subscribe, get our show alerts. No Draft Watch show tomorrow morning. Will be on for the duration for day 3 of our live stream coverage. And a couple selections here we're going to catch up on, including one of my favorite players in the draft who just came off the board. We'll get to him in a second. But Jayshon Barham, linebacker from Michigan. He goes number 92 to the Dallas Cowboys. And I like this fit here because Barham has some versatility. He played on-ball, off-ball linebacker, has some ability to get after the quarterback, and very maybe a poor man's very poor man's Micah Parsons. But Barham is interesting because Rashawn Gary is a piece that you can kind of move around, as is Barham. Very instinctive, exceptional closing speed. Slips past blocks rather than using his hands to shed them, right? So can kind of split the defenders, upfield burst, explosive first 2 steps, needs greater discipline, particularly regarding character concerns. You remember he was the guy that headbutted the referee with his helmet and got tossed out of that game, I think. So length, flexibility, tenacity should translate well. Transferred from Maryland, started 23 games at Maryland, had 32 tackles, 10 tackles for a loss, 4 sacks this past season, 12 sacks for his career, 7 pass deflections. So again, can drop back in coverage, can get after the quarterback. 6'3" and 4/8 inches, 240 pounds, 4.64 40-yard dash with a 33-inch vert, 10'3" broad jump. And that is Jayshon Barham out of Michigan, the number 92 pick for your Dallas Cowboys. Excuse me. Right behind them, the LA Rams take Keegan Trost from Missouri, an all-SEC standout, somebody who was debated amongst the NFL Draft Bible War Room. And Trost is a rare 7-year senior, right? He'll be a 25-year-old rookie, which will put him almost 30 years old by the time he comes around on the second contract. So if he does not pan out, might just be a one contract type of experiment with Keegan Trost. Now, polished frame, lone season in the SEC. He transferred from Wake Forest, mauler instincts, fast first step, heavy hands, good core power, stiff hips, limits his edge setting ability at tackle, would appear to be much better suited at guard due to his athletic limitations. When I transferred from Wake Forest, I knew I had to go to the Big Ten or SEC. Those were where I wanted to go against the best guys and compete. Earlier in my career, I didn't think I would be here. Honestly, I wanted to be here, but I didn't think it really made sense to me, and started to have success at Missouri. His one and only season in the SEC, where he was a second-team All-American and first-team All-SEC. And previously, before Wake Forest, he was actually at Morgan State. So well-traveled, has earned his way to the top. Did not test at the combine due to choice or his pro day due to a groin injury. And I got to be honest, we did not have him pegged as a top 100 prospect. In fact, we gave him a high priority free agent grade. But, the pedigree is obviously there. And so now he goes to the Rams. and just look at the Rams depth chart real quick. Will he fit on the inside or the outside? I guess that remains to be determined. So the Rams stockpile another piece on the offense. May not see the field too much this year. Now, the next selection I mentioned, I got a handful, very few handful of man crushes in this draft. And the next selection is the Miami Dolphins, who I've really liked what they've done in the draft. And once again, at pick number 94, I think they found one of the true gems. And I would not be surprised if this turns out to be the biggest steal of the entire 2026 NFL draft. In fact, I would say right now, Chris Bell out of Louisville is my leading candidate to be the steal of the draft. And if he gets right and gets healthy, he could be in the running for NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. I mean, they drafted Caleb Douglas with their previous selection. They signed Tutu Atwell from the Rams, and they have Malik Washington. They also signed Jalen Tolbert from Dallas. To me, Chris Bell is better than all these guys. And he's a big-bodied receiver out of Louisville. He's tore his ACL late in the year in November, I believe, but I think they showed him running on the treadmill the other day where he was hitting 18 miles per hour, and he's ahead of schedule. So watch out if he's ready for training camp. Yards after the catch monster. A.J. Brown would be my comparison here for Chris Bell. He's just a big-body guy who can get after it and just create after the catch. He is a truck to bring down in the open field. And again, I just like the types of players that Miami is adding. We talk about Will Kazmarek, a role player that can block in line. Caden Proctor, very cornerstone type of piece there on the offensive line. Jacob Rodriguez. They got two of my man crushes. And I'm a big fan of Chris Johnson out of San Diego State, man. I like the talent they're accumulating. I like what this new regime, John Eric Sullivan and Jeff Hafley, are doing, the types of players they are adding. And, man, this Miami rookie class is going to make a heavy impact here. You're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players that the Dolphins have added here over the last 2 days. So let the rebuilding process begin in Miami. Very, very good pick there. All right. I know Will Donahue in the chat room is a big fan of the next selection, and he's also a fan of this team because he's out there in Boston. And I wrote about this at bostonsportsjournal.com today, where I do cover the draft for the Patriots. And I alluded to the phenomenal tight end depth that was remaining heading into day 2 here. So they lost Austin Hooper in free agency. They get almost an Austin Hooper clone in Eli Raritan out of Notre Dame. Big-bodied wide receiver, can block, can catch, phenomenal size, really ideal frame for Raritan. See if I can pull up his numbers here for you. And the Patriots got themselves a nice target here at 6'6", 245 pounds, 250 at pro day, 4.62 40-yard dash, 36-inch vert, 10'3" broad, 4.37 shuttle, 7.16 cone. Pretty good for someone that size. Well-rounded prospect, physicality and blocking, superb pulling ability. Wham blocks, he jolts defenders with authority. Solid route runner, consistently fights for extra yardage. Big target, obviously. Can use improved hand usage in the run game, and just a big presence that's hard to ignore. And we said it here, potential top 100 selection. He goes 95th overall to the Patriots. 40 games played at South Bend. Did tear his ACL back in 2022. Missed 6 games the following season in 23. Former 4-star recruit, basketball player background. 32 catches, 482 yards this past season. Okay. You'd like to see him make more plays in the red zone there. But nice little piece for the Patriots to add to the tight end equation there. And that was a huge need for them. As I alluded to, Austin Hooper did depart during the offseason. They still have Hunter Henry, who's on the back nine there. How many more years he has remains to be seen. But they had zero depth behind Hunter Henry. Julian Hill, Jack Westover, CJ Dupree, Marshall Lang. Well, Eli Raritan now is going to move into that number two tight end role. Now, the next selection is another prototypical Pittsburgh pick. Jennings Dunker out of Iowa, another Russ Landy favorite. And the Steelers now go back to the offensive line where Dunker played offensive tackle for the Hawkeyes. A lot of people felt like he would have to transition to the inside, and we saw some flaws show up down there at the Senior Bowl where he struggled with speed. They had to, by scout request, ask him to move to the guard spot during Senior Bowl practice, and he had a really good, solid rest of the week once he did. And you can maybe mask some of the flaws if you move him inside, which I think he will play for the Steelers, considering we had Bo Marchant on at the earlier top of our show, who covers the Steelers. He mentioned Broderick Jones with the neck injury. We don't know his status. They drafted Max Ionacher from Arizona State. They also have Troy Fontananu, first-round pick out of Washington. So now Dunker, I assume, will be plugged on the interior, probably at the left guard spot over Spencer Anderson. They also have Mason McCormick, and of course, a very young up-and-coming center in Zach Frazier. So Pittsburgh doubling down on the offensive line. They also selected Drew Allar this round, and Jeremy Bernard at wide receiver. So 1, 2, 3, 4 new pieces on offense for the Steelers, and a cornerback in Dalen Everett on the defensive side of the ball. All right, Minnesota, they select Caleb Tiernan, the offensive tackle out of Northwestern. He is now a Minnesota Viking. He's a towering offensive lineman who really, I don't think he competed in any of the All-Star games. I'm not sure if he was. I don't recall him working out at the combine. And Caleb Tiernan now, excuse me, is going to be a tackle. And they have a big tackle in Christian Darrisaw. They have a solid one in Brian O'Neill. They signed Ryan Van Denmark, who's from Lavallette, New Jersey, as a swingman tackle, and now Caleb Tiernan to complete the tackle depth. So stockpiling on the tackles are those Minnesota Vikings. Now, they went back-to-back. They came back at pick number 98 with the Dom Ambrose favorite and Jacoby Thomas, the safety out of Miami. And, we talked about them with Caleb Banks, Dominique Orange up front on that defensive line, Jake Galladay in the middle at linebacker, and now you add Jacoby Thomas on the back end at safety. That tells me Minnesota wants to get back to being strong up the middle. They added 3 big pieces on defense up the middle, and Thomas brings some playmaking ability at the safety position, right? At 6'1" and 2/8", 211 pounds. He ran a 4.58 40-yard dash, 33-inch vert. Okay, steady presence in the secondary, high football IQ, fights through traffic, can win at the line of scrimmage, makes plays in the backfield, vocal leader in the secondary, and played 16 games for the Hurricanes this past season. Previously at Tennessee, before that Middle Tennessee, another double transfer, 76 tackles this past season, 2 forced fumbles, 2 fumble recoveries, 6 pass deflections, 5 interceptions, 9 interceptions for his career. So another playmaker on defense to pair with Andrew Van Ginkel. Minnesota is going to have a much vastly improved defense based on their selections here today. Julian Nail from Arkansas, the cornerback, goes to the Seattle Seahawks. And we just talked about it with their last selection. They keep investing into the secondary. Nobody does a better job of developing defensive backs than Seattle. They took Bud Clark. Now they have Julian Nail to add to a very talented secondary that features Devin Witherspoon, Julian Love, Nick Amanwari, Naima Pritchard. This is a loaded secondary. Seattle is really stockpiling well in the secondary. And, how about that? Lauren Davidoff down there in Maryland will be happy. She was at the Terrapins Pro Day. And we end and conclude the day 2 festivities with safety Jalen Husky out of Maryland. And I got a chance to see him along the All-Star game circuit. I want to say it was the Shrine Bowl. I'll confirm that here in just a second. It was indeed the Shrine Bowl, where he measured in at 6'1", 199 pounds. Did not test prior to the combine. 72 tackles this past season. Began at Bowling Green and wears number 22 because his sister passed away in 2022. A little tidbit on his background. Instinctive strong safety with corner-like traits, vocal leader on the team, high football IQ, strong hands and tracking ability, cover deep zones, underneath routes, physical, high motor, needs to add some bulk for additional run support, and has occasional issues against man coverage, but he does have excellent speed and explosion, and looks like he will be a guy that can, I think he has the ability to play either safety spot based on what I saw. And it looks like Jacksonville now is going to look to use him in that manner because you've got Eric Murray, you've got Antonio Johnson, you throw Jalen Husky into the equation. Of course, Travis Hunter moving back to cornerback full time. So Jacksonville shaking up the secondary dynamics a little bit there. All right. That's it, man. That's 100 picks down, over 4 hours of power here on the 2026 day 2 live stream show. If you guys have any questions, comments, feedback in the chat room, we'll take that. And we're going to start to wind things down here. The Bible is coming in so handy. Measurables, backgrounds, stats, character. We're giving it to you all here the best we can. Didn't have as many guests today. We did have Bo Marchant, who checked in at the top of the draft of day 2. We also had Chrissy Freud, who I enjoyed her quarterback analysis and breakdowns. And Russell Andy, unfortunately, was not able to make it. Got a little jammed up on us. So we'll do better tomorrow with the NFL Draft Bible Familia. Dave Del Cole, Scout Honor Podcast, will kick off round 4. We're going to have Jarrett Regal from the Draft Bible, Will Donahue, Dom Ambrose. We've got Evan Willsmore and a few other guests that will pop on throughout the day. I'm anticipating. I think last year, day 3 was 7 hours and 40 minutes. But so far, we've been ahead of schedule. Yesterday was 3 hours. Today was 4 and change. Ahead of pace. So far, we're on track for the fastest draft of all time. And so we'll see how tomorrow goes. I'm going to try and get some rest. We'll see. My adrenaline after last night, I couldn't wind down, couldn't get to sleep. And we're back at it again tomorrow. So make sure you go over to allaccessfootball.com. We are taking pre-order copies of the 2027 NFL Draft Bible hard copy edition. We sold out of the hard copies this year. We're looking to print more next year. So if you order the 2027 Draft Bible, you get a free copy of the 2026 PDF version. And it is the best way to follow along at home. So we appreciate all the love, support here for All Access Football, independent media, and
can't thank you guys enough. We can't do it without you guys. And so shout out to all the chat room people, all the people that have come and gone throughout the day, Adams Exploits and Analyze and Educate, Doug Doran, all the chat room Familia. We hope you light it up tomorrow. Day 3, my favorite day of the draft, really where we earn our money. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious. I think it's cut down to 5 minutes in between each selection. So we'll come back. We'll do it again. We'll ante up. Check out bostonsportsjournal.com. I'll have a little preview there in the morning. Also working on the fantasy rookie preview for Lindy's magazine for Howard Balzer, who was on here yesterday. We've got 2027 mock draft coming out tomorrow on the website. Be on the lookout for that. And we'll post the best available players. We'll post a link to the day 3 live stream. If you're watching here on YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook, you can tune in same time, same place, same location. And again, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Get all of our show alerts. Remember, no draft watch show tomorrow because we're on for day 3 of the draft. We'll pick back up in May, and we'll be back with a 2027 edition with my regular co-host, Russ Landy. And thanks for everybody for tuning in. Thanks for all the guests for watching. Shout out to the NFL Draft Bible staff and all the hard work they put into this draft Bible, 323 pages, 567 in-depth scouting reports, and the 2027 draft preview, and the international pathway prospects. Some Canadian guys came off the board. We have yet to have an international guy. Will we see that on day 3? But again, a lot of tipsy-turvy action, some trade-ups, some players we didn't anticipate, and that is what makes the beauty and the drama that is the 91st annual player selection for draft-eligible players in the good old city of Pittsburgh, where Bo Marchant will be tomorrow. Maybe he'll check in and give us an update. But hey, for all the guests, for all the listeners, for All Access Football, for the NFL Draft Bible, we appreciate you tuning in, and we'll be back at it again in about 12 hours or so at noon Eastern. Buckle up and